times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
हेलो
ऑडियो में आ रहे हो
It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
हेलो
या परफेक्ट
हेलो
या परफेक्ट
Okay, I got it. How to play.
take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale, our greatest threat in thousands of years, climate change. If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon. The world's people have spoken. Their message is clear. Time is running out.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher than it was in 1900. And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we are chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves are the most efficient consumers of carbon dioxide that there are on Earth. We're going to destroy the ground because the soil of a rainforest isn't very good. We are actually tampering with the climate of the Earth and with the very atmosphere that we breathe. When we talk about the disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen when the ozone layer goes. The world has become so fragile that we cannot subject the Earth to the tortures we can now inflict upon it. When we talk about the greenhouse effect, we're talking about something that affects the entire Earth. And these problems are life and death problems. They go to the root of the viability of the planet itself. If there's one thing that is biologically certain about the human species is that it is a human species, one species.
If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing else will matter. Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
The only way we can solve a problem is by a human solution. Never can we sit back and wait for miracles to save us. Miracles don't happen. Sweat happens. Efforts happens. Thought happens.
Some call me nature. Others call me Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. 22,500 times longer than you. I don't really need people, but people need me. Yes, your future depends on me. When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse. But I've been here for eons. I have fed species greater than you, and I have starved species greater than you. My oceans, my soil, my flowing streams, my forests, they all can take you or leave you. How you choose to live each day, whether you regard or disregard me, doesn't really matter to me. One way or the other. Your actions will determine your fate, not mine. I am nature. I will go on. I am prepared to evolve. Are you?
take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. सोचो तो क्यों है आज सहम सहम पानी, ये चुपचाप पानी क्यों? चलो बदल दे ये कहानी का but I've had enough. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale, our greatest threat in thousands of years, climate change. If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon. The world's people have spoken. Their message is clear. Time is running out.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher than it was in 1900. And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we are chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves are the most efficient consumers of carbon dioxide that there are on Earth. We're going to destroy the ground because the soil of a rainforest isn't very good. We are actually tampering with the climate of the Earth and with the very atmosphere that we breathe. When we talk about the disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen when the ozone layer becomes so fragile that we cannot subject the Earth to the tortures we can now inflict upon it. When we talk about the greenhouse effect, we're talking about something that affects the entire Earth. And these problems are life and death problems. They go to the root of the viability of the planet itself. If there's one thing that is biologically certain about the human species is that it is a human species, one species.
If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing else will matter. Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
The only way we can solve a problem is by a human solution. Never can we sit back and wait for miracles to save us. Miracles don't happen. Sweat happens. Efforts happens. Thought happens.
Some call me nature. Others call me Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. 22,500 times longer than you. I don't really need people, but people need me. Yes, your future depends on me. When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse. But I've been here for eons. I have fed species greater than you, and I have starved species greater than you. My oceans, my soil, my flowing streams, my forests, they all can take you or leave you. How you choose to live each day, whether you regard or disregard me, doesn't really matter to me. One way or the other. Your actions will determine your fate, not mine. I am nature. I will go on. I am prepared to evolve. Are you?
सोचो तो क्यों है आज सहमा सहमा पानी ये चुपचाप पानी क्यों चलो बदल दे ये कहानी 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 बचा ले निशानी हम पूछेगी धरती तब कहाँ थे तुम नदी रो रही थी तब कहाँ थे तुम स्वच्छता और पानी हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी सोचो तो क्यों है आज सहमा सहमा पानी ये चुपचाप पानी क्यों चलो बदल दे ये कहानी कहानी बचा ले निशानी हम पूछेगी धरती तब कहाँ थे तुम नदी रो रही थी तब कहाँ थे तुम स्वच्छता और पानी हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी है कब से नाराज गुस्सा गुस्सा पानी ये क्यों उदास पानी क्यों चलो बदल दे ये कहानी कहानी बचा ले निशानी हम पूछेगी धरती तब कहाँ थे तुम नदी रो रही थी तब कहाँ थे तुम स्वच्छता और पानी हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी Drip, drip, drop, drip, drop, drippity drop, drip, drop, drip, drip, drop, drip, drop, drippity drop. चलो बचा ले ये धरोहर पुरानी ये तेरा मेरा पानी drip, drop, drippity drop. चलो बदल दे ये कहानी कहानी बचा ले निशानी drip, drop, drippity drop. पूछेगी धरती तब कहाँ थे तुम नदी रो रही थी तब कहाँ थे तुम स्वच्छता और पानी हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी पानी स्वच्छता और पानी 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 हमको बचानी है ये जिंदगानी
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
Do we have a planet B? Who is the key to cleaner air? A pollution-free air? Are we restoring the ecosystem? Are we not deserting the dry lands further? Do we really reuse and recycle? The answer to all this brings us to Paryavartan 2.0, Only One Earth, which was a theme for the first global gathering in 1972, 5 decades back, to raise environmental awareness and action on urgent planetary issues Our planet's alarm is going off, and it's time to wake up and take action. Good afternoon, namaste, and a very warm welcome to all present here. My name is Arya, and I will be your host for today for this virtual conclave and expo named Paryavartan 2.0, Only One Earth, organized by Sadgun Sangh under the aegis of International Certification Services Private Limited. Today, and for the next 2 days, we would have various eminent speakers who would take us along on this rich, meaningful journey of saving environment, enlightening us and taking a step forward to the much restoration required. It gives me immense pleasure and would not miss this opportunity to thank our mentor, guide, and the one who has conceived the idea of the event. Our conference chair and CMD, Dr. Sundar Kataria, a mechanical engineer and doctorate in quality. He started his career in building India's first nuclear power plant at Rawatbata, Kota. Dr. Kataria contributed in developing India's first oil and gas field at Bombay High since its inception. He was the head of the industry and offshore department with D&D for 2 decades. Dr. Kataria is the founder of India's first conformity assessment and inspection body provider of total quality under single umbrella established since 1999 with a wide spectrum of services. We welcome you, sir, with a bouquet of flowers. We request you, sir, to kindly grace us with your words of wisdom.
Dear brothers and sisters and friends, we on behalf of International Certification Services and its group companies and Sundar Lalji Saram Kataria Foundation welcome you all. Honorable speakers, delegates, exhibitors and dignitaries to this 3 days virtual conclave and expos as mark of celebration of World Environment Day 2022. This year the theme is One Earth Only, One Earth Only. This is the era of the social, economic and technological revolution. And Chandrasekharan, now the new chairman of the Tata Group of Companies, has remarked, we say growth is the source of all our energy. Every business and individual has to focus on the right kind of growth in terms of the revenues, profit, knowledge, people, and deeper relationship with the customers. The growth should be holistic, not at the cost of the environment. Many companies experienced such a scenario in 2020 when the COVID-2020 pandemic crisis shut down large swath of global economy and global health crisis of the century. As for to close down the business operation and disruption of the supply chain. A century and a half industrialization has badly affected our natural resources, lead to the climate change, rampant pollution, loss of biodiversity, including the human health. The organization need to switch towards the new technology for speedy growth, but same time ensure minimum harmful impact on the environment. We must sensitize the young generation towards the importance of the environment, and their thought process must be channelized for inventing, adopting environment-friendly technology. All stakeholders, including the government, regulators, communities, customers, consumers, citizens, shall come together to make, implement, monitor policies and procedures to protect the environment. These 3 days conclave shall cover all aspects of the environment towards sustainability and resilience. The national and international speakers representing manufacturers, regulators, suppliers, consultants will deliver and share the expertise toward the protection of our Mother Earth, to protect and preserve her for future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind address. As quoted by Uncle Ben to Peter Parker in A Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, with great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility. Wangari Maathai also quoted, the environment and the economy are really both two sides of the same coin. If we cannot sustain the environment, we cannot sustain ourselves. While we humans have a power to industrialize and economically upgrade ourselves, it is indeed our responsibility to do it wisely by taking care of social and ecological growth. It is now my proud privilege and honor to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Indumati Manivan Nambi. Dr. Indumati is professor at Environmental and Water Resource Division at Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras. She has 20 years of research experience in environmental engineering, which includes water and wastewater treatment, solid waste management, groundwater and surface water body assessment and restoration. She has been deeply involved in petroleum, pesticide, and chromium and leachate contaminated site investigations and was instrumental in initiating remediation in multiple sites. She's a member of several expert committees in the center and the state of Tamil Nadu, including Central Pollution Control Board. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Indumati Manivan Nambi. We welcome you, ma'am, and request you to enlighten us with few words.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this very special occasion to be in the presence of all of you here, including industry and government, and also a lot of students and researchers. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. And this is a very special day, the upcoming few days, as we are celebrating the World Environment Day. I would like to share some of my thoughts on the emerging issues for threatening the environment, and also what are the solutions or the pathways to the solutions. So I come from an academic background, as Ms. Arya introduced. So most of my views are from my 16 years of teaching at IIT Madras, where teaching research, and we also involve in a lot of industry projects, outreach, socially relevant projects. So, and also in recent times, we are also involved in a lot of innovation and entrepreneurship development among youngsters. And me coming from the environment background, I've always laid emphasis on innovations for environment and startups in the area of environment. So with this small introduction myself, I would like to briefly go over a presentation which I made for today. I'd like to share my slides.
You have the right, Sam. Kindly.
Yeah. I hope you can see my slide now.
Kindly make it full screen, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, it's full screen now. Can you see that? So, yeah, only one Earth is the title or the theme of World Environment Day this year. It's a stark reminder for all of us. And my talk is going to be challenges on living with this one Earth we have. I'm not sure how many are aware of this concept of Earth Overshoot Day. Let me minimize my screen, I think. Yeah, is it better now?
Ma'am, it has to be full screen.
Yeah, I've made it full screen. You're not seeing it full screen? And I'll just...
No, ma'am, we cannot see it full screen. Yes, now it is a full screen, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So Earth Overshoot Day. Not sure how many are familiar with this. This comes up every time around Earth Day and Environment Day. There's a group working on estimating the day when we overshoot the resources of the environment of this one Earth. The collectively humanity has a huge demand for the ecological resources in a given year. And if you look at this graph, you will see that in 1970, we were even. So we did have the Earth Overshoot Day on the December of 1970. But subsequently, after that, you can see that the Earth Overshoot Day has been progressing rapidly, more and more. And just last year, we have reached the Earth Overshoot Day as early as July 29th. So this is alarming. And probably that's why this year, the theme was chosen as only one Earth. So we just can't afford to go closer with this rate of consumption and utilization of resources. Resources, when I say, many things come to our mind, primarily water, energy, minerals. Soil is also a resource with all the nutrients, air, and ourselves, living beings, along with the other plants and animals. So which of these resources are renewable? A lot of us used to think water, soil, air are renewable, except for fossil fuels and minerals. But is it really renewable? Okay, the definition of renewable is the resource should be replenished within a short duration of time and of the same quality. But if you give a hard thought, are we replenishing the water resources, soil resources, our air resources in a short period of time with the same quality? It is questionable. So more and more we are transforming many of these renewable resources to non-renewable resources. And a hard look at the non-renewable material resources and energy resources, if we look at the statistics, this graph shows that early days we were totally dependent on renewable materials, but with industrialization, there is a drastic dependence on non-renewable materials. And in the 2000s, we are now like near total dependence on non-renewable resources. This, along with the growing population, particularly centered around China and India, is going to pose more pressure on the earth. And the governments are struggling to feed, water, clothe, and shelter this growing population. The biggest challenge is how do we do this in a sustainable manner? When we talk about sustainability, immediately we think about carbon, greenhouse gases, global warming. Like, where is all this carbon coming from? right? The carbon, apart from the natural carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, we as humans are contributing a lot to generation of these greenhouse gases. And starting from any product, food product or consumer product, greenhouse gases are generated throughout the life cycle of the product, right from raw material excavation to manufacturing, consumer usage point, and also at the disposal point. And this graph shows even with food, which is an essential commodity, there is a lot of greenhouse gas emission in the production process. And it is important for us to understand what impact are we creating? What is our carbon footprint based on our lifestyle, the food we eat, the vehicles we drive, the house we live? Everybody exerts a carbon footprint. And there are lots of tools out there. If you Google, you can do an estimate of your carbon footprint. Similarly, the water footprint is something which we don't really talk about. Kind of carbon footprint eclipses the water footprint to some extent. But we need to have a look at the water footprints we are creating from from the food we eat and the products we use. Right from a cup of coffee, which has only about 100 milliliters, which generates a carbon footprint of about 1,000 liters every cup of coffee. This calculation actually has been worked out for a t-shirt, a cotton t-shirt, right from the harvesting of cotton, growing and harvesting of cotton to the sewing. Water footprint is about 8,200 liters. And a sheet of paper is about 10 liters of water footprint. Shoes, a pair of shoes, 16,000 liters of water footprint. So these numbers are something which we need to look at and digest the information as individuals, as communities, as corporations. Our responsibility is making a good choice for the environment. And these kind of tools, the carbon footprint estimates and the water footprint estimates, helps us make a choice towards environment side. So endangering, apart from all this carbon footprint and water footprint, which we don't really get a grasp of, we don't really see how it impacts us, we also know that industrialization has endangered human lives, apart from eating up our resources. So some data to show that deaths relating to pollution, this is primarily air pollution, and the reality is India and China are facing the brunt because of rapid industrialization happening in these countries and poor regulatory practices, control practices for air quality. If you look at water quality related deaths, this pie chart shows percentages of deaths happening, different types of diseases causing death and the percentages. And this pie chart at the bottom exclusively shows children data. So as you can see here, diarrhea, dengue, typhoid, diarrhea being the biggest cause of death among humans and also among second biggest among the children, respiratory being the first. And this is coming from pollution, sanitation, poor sanitation. In addition, we also have linkages to cancer. Many pollutants coming from our industries are carcinogenic in nature. And now even air pollution, apart from causing lung cancer, it has been linked to breast cancer. So a lot of new research is pointing towards increased cancer risk. The other emerging pandemic, which most of us are unaware of, is antimicrobial resistance. So when we have a disease or an infection, whether it is skin or lung, we often resort to antibiotics. But what if those antibiotics don't work? That is the reality now. Even when we had COVID, most of the deaths happened in the hospitals due to sepsis. Sepsis is an infection which happens in the lung post-viral infection. Antibacteria takes over. And if this bacteria cannot be treated, it causes sepsis and eventually the infection spreads. So statistics now show that many of the COVID deaths had happened not because of the viral infection, but the the bacterial infection caused. And these bacteria were resistant to antibiotics. And it may not just happen in hospitals, but antibiotic resistance bacteria is present everywhere. And who is the cause? It is again our indiscriminate use of antibiotics, which has been discharged through the wastewater. We use antibiotics for the animals, the poultry, aquaculture. Everything finally ends up in the guts. Antibiotic resistant bacteria grows in the guts of these animals and the humans, and eventually reaches the water environment, the soil environment, and the air environment, which we are all exposed to. So we are actually taking in a lot of resistant bacteria, and so we are developing resistance. So the antibiotics, when we go to a hospital, may not work. So a lot of research is happening in the WHO, FAO, working with the governments to create national action plan for antimicrobial resistance. Apart from human health, we are also endangering birds and insects. I think all of us have been reading this information about sparrows disappearing from cities and rural areas to vultures becoming endangered because of the medicine diclofenac, which is an anti-inflammatory. Falcons and passenger pigeons becoming endangered because of the thinning of eggshells. So all these are unintended consequences. So there is, at this point of time, we need to rethink the way we were doing stuff, the way we were building stuff, the way we were having a different lifestyle. This is the time to rethink and see, look at what did we do wrong and what could we do different. So this reality is staring in front of us. Looking at the birds and even the bees becoming endangered, are we going to be an endangered species? Yeah, it looks so based on the data we are seeing and the climate impacts which are happening. How soon is the question? And again, two questions come up. Is it caused by scarcity of resources because of the overpopulation, or is it because of the pollution of our resources like we just saw, or the catastrophe caused by greening, global warming, and the greenhouse gases, which we are seeing across the world? So there are a lot of threats, but what should we do? What can we do? We just can't sit and wait for the government to act or the international treaties to be implemented. There are lots of things which we can do at individual level or at a community level. This example actually shows, some of the examples I'm going to show here are soft. I would say these are the soft inputs or the soft actions we can take as a community. So when tsunami hit Chennai in 2004, I think, 2004-5, the reality showed us that nature-based solutions are much better in managing catastrophes. So in spite of having structures across the coastal areas, the best structure to prevent tsunami was the mangroves, the mangrove forests. And now we are facing recurring floods because of mismanagement of our resources. And again, nature, we played with nature, mishandled nature, and now it is time to restore nature back so that we can save ourselves from these recurring floods. So nature has a lot of lessons for us to learn. and going back to nature and putting nature where it belongs and where it was supposed to be, and handling it is the one of the solutions. So many cities across the world are taking this lesson, and we can see a lot of development happening in the infrastructure side called blue-green development. So incorporating greenery was a long, it's been around for a while, but now we are looking at blue and green incorporated in our cities. So that there should be water areas allocated for water and for trees. So that has been done in very novel ways, as you can see here: green roofs, green walls. We have seen planters, swales, they call these swales, which can soak in the water when it rains rather than having a paved area. Porous permeable pavements. All these are examples where we can make a difference. These are some of the pictures, which gives a beautiful appearance, and it also provides the habitat for birds and other small living things. It improves air quality. 80% reduction in stormwater runoff can happen, which can prevent flooding and store water. And it also cools the roof surface when we have terrace gardens. This is another interesting example, which was a big project executed in Netherlands, which I had the privilege to visit. It's called Room for the River. While we in India, we are trying to use up water bodies for infrastructure, Netherlands did this beautiful project where they removed communities. A large town was actually evacuated to make room for the river. So this is again nature-based systems. Instead of having groins and having dikes for flood protection, so this was the earlier setup where they had a lot of dikes and they restricted the river into this channel. Now they have expanded. This is a 30-year project where they have expanded the river to flow and allowed the floodplains, brought back the floodplains, removed all the dikes, and created extra room for the river to flow. That way they could harvest more water because of the recharge which is happening and reduce floods in a natural manner. So these are the images which I happen to see when visit these. These are the photographs which I took. And this particular photograph I wanted to point out. They even thought about a place for birds and doves to perch. So this is under the bridge. They created a small groove so that birds can shelter. So that much of thinking has gone into planning these projects and executing it. And polluted rivers can also be made beautiful. That was a lesson which Germany has showed. So these are polluted river. It was almost like our polluted rivers of the cities in India, where they provided a space for the polluted water to go, and then they had all these berms created. Whenever there was floods, this would be completely flooded, whereas in other times it would be just flowing along the small ditch instead of unsightly crisscrossing, meandering wastewater flows. This was nicely channeled and aerated all along the way so that it gets treated as the water flows. They also made use of these extra space during the summertime, non-monsoon time, to create these temporary bunkers or cabins where people can go and stay and have a good time. So this is maximizing the resources for the benefit of the community. These are snapshots of other, they repurposed concrete pipes which were unused into small cabins where somebody could just stay and enjoy nature. So these are some of the ideas we can pick up from others, and we can also generate our own indigenous ideas. So we also, bees again are one of the endangered species, and these are bee houses being created along the rivers where they can promote the growth of bees. So those are like soft solutions to deal with. But the real hard solution is collectively we should all be mindful. That's the message I want to leave with all of you. Mindful consumption from individuals and organizations, mindful planning, cities and villages should start doing this. Mindful manufacturing, a lot of industry colleagues are here. So it is important to have a very detailed and a holistic look at manufacturing, right from designing raw materials at every step of the way until we reach the disposal and treatment stage. Agriculture is also something which has to relook at the way farmers are practicing agriculture. There is a lot of impact which we can get even with a small change in agricultural practices, because they are like big water guzzlers. So even a small investment in controlling the water use, minimizing the water use can go a long way. Pesticide use, fertilizer use, everything has an impact. So agriculture is also an industry which can have a look at what they are doing and mindfully changing their practices. Government, they have to look at policies, looking at the impacts created, what can be done to facilitate industries, cities, and individuals to move towards a sustainable living. The government is responsible to think through and come up with policies which facilitates this. And again, international agreements are very important. Collective wisdom makes a lot of difference. So the pacts which have been along for the last 50 years, starting from Stockholm, 50 years ago to now, all these pacts have to be implemented by every country. And there is only one mantra. If you want to move to the sustainable solutions, sustainable world, the only mantra which can lead us, this is the hard solution we all have to work towards, is L to C. That is an abbreviation for linear to circular. Everybody has been talking these days about circular economy, right? The linear flow of material and resources, mine, make, use, dump. This is not going to work anymore. We have to go to the circular way of living, circular way of manufacturing, to make sure that the resources, the limited resources, are being utilized to the maximum extent possible without mining a lot from the limited resources available. So this applies to water, starting from the list of resources I had placed earlier: water, energy, materials, everything. This circular concept can be applied. So already a lot is being done, but still there is a lot to do in water recycling, treatment, and reuse of water at every level, at homes, to industries, to agriculture. And soil, this is something which is very, very important. To feed these billions, we need good soil, and good soil replenished with NPK cannot just be done by manufacturing fertilizers. And if you look at our budget, country's budget, we are actually spending too much on fertilizer subsidies. We're importing a lot of fertilizers. Can we be self-sustained with fertilizers? Yes, it is possible. We are losing these nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and carbon, through our waste. Both the solid waste, animal waste, human waste is rich in these nutrients. It is very important to recover these nutrients and put it back in our soil. So one of the startups which I have co-founded in IIT Madras has a central theme of circular economy with respect to plastics and with respect to nutrients. We have successfully converted human urine and cow urine to ammonia fertilizer, phosphorus fertilizer, and potassium fertilizer. So this is how things like this have to be promoted and encouraged. New thinking has to be developed, and application of this has to be taken up widely through policies by the government. Carbon is another thing which we need to reintroduce into our systems, because our soils are becoming undernourished without carbon. The data itself speaks for it. Carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium are all at deficit, almost 80 to 90% deficit, apart from other micronutrients. So regenerative agriculture is the new concept which is coming up, which tries to circulate these nutrients back into the soil in a large scale, although we are doing it in a very small scale nowadays. Similarly, other non-renewable resources like metals and other minerals, everywhere circularity should be the undermining principle. Right from resource extraction, we need to reduce that. We need to redesign our products, look at materials which are available in plenty. Can it be replaced? Can we look at rethinking the manufacturing process to reduce the carbon footprint? Can we, again, in the use stage, can we not just use and dump? Can we look at reuse, repurposing, refurbish? All these R's, there are now from 3 R's, we have like 7 R's to look at and rework our manufacturing processes. Finally, when it comes to, we need to minimize the waste and keep things in circles, going in circles. That is the mantra. Whether it is water or minerals or plastics, everything has to be cycling for a longer time. And that's when we achieve sustainability. And how do we achieve all this? It doesn't come easy. 2 levels we need to work on. One is sustainability education, awareness creation, right from the young. We should start this at school, college. We should start at community level education, government leaders education. And also the second important thing we need to do is innovations. We need new technology for sustainability. Our old practices somehow have not, we've forgotten some of the old good practices and we have gotten into some bad habits, but we need to go back and we have to reinvent the way, go back to the old methods or reinvent new methods for sustainability, new technology for sustainability. The green premium, what Bill Gates talks about, is the extra cost is required if we need to treat, recover resources from waste. How do we do this without adding that green premium? So that's where we need new technology. And new business models are important because everything works only on the profit. It's not just enough if we preach. Can we do all this with the profit? The recovery is a profit. So we need to look at new business models and new technology, and new entrepreneurs can come up. So there's a thriving economy which can develop around sustainability so that the triple bottom line of sustainability is reached, which is people, planet, and profit. That will be a very successful model to go forward. So I'll stop here. I urge all of you to do your bit for saving the earth, and there's no time for procrastination. We all recognize that we only have one earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us. These alarming figures truly need all of us to be mindful, and hopefully we all should be following the circular mantra. We request you, ma'am, please accept our token of appreciation in a form of this small memento.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Even a single lamp dispels deepest darkness. It is now time to invoke the blessings of Ma Saraswati by chanting Saraswati Vandana, before which we shall light the lamp. I request our chief guest, Dr. Indumati Manivannambi, and CMD Dr. Sundar Kataria to virtually light the lamp and declare the conclave open.
Kurutvam kalyanam, arogyam dhanasampad. सम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेष जाड्यापहा
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Mahatma Gandhi rightly quoted, "What we are doing to the forests of the world is but a mirror reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and to one another." On this note, it is my proud privilege and honor to welcome our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Richard Bright. Mr. Richard N. Bright, Director at CRI and NCCF, also a Managing Director at co-founder Technoprolog Private Limited, has his master's in computer application, is a certified Prince 2 practitioner, ITSM, CISCO professional, and is also an robotics automation expert. He is also a digital transformation leader with over 24 years of experience in efficiently managing information technology operations. We welcome you, sir, with a bouquet of flowers. Mr. Bright is going to enlighten us today on carbon registry. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arya. I'm really humbled, and it's a privilege to be a speaker at this forum. I'm really humbled to be in presence of such learned and senior people and share my thought and my subject. Thank you for Dr. Surender and Dr. Endu for setting the tone. Every time I see something is such a learning. I still feel like a student, and there's so much of learning to happen. Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers as well, the Sundar Jaisaram Kataria Foundation and ICS for organizing this. So if I may, okay, I see the presentation still there. Okay, should I share my screen or you are going to do that?
So the presentation is if you would like to share your screen.
Yeah, that would be better. Some correction I had done. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible. We request you to make it to full screen view.
I've done that. Okay. So I work with NCCF since past 3 years, since 2019. I come from as you've seen, I've come from a corporate background, totally into technology. And when I joined NCCF, it was a moment of truth and change for me, understanding so much of environment activities in progress, so much of effort is in progress, and what all we need to do. And this is the make or break situation for every one of us, and needs a collective effort. And like Dr. Indu pointed, that we really need to spread the awareness and start from young, and it's the time for new technologies also to be contributing into this. So going ahead, this would be a high level agenda for my presentation. While I'll be giving a brief introduction to the Carbon Registry India, the NCCF, which is the parent organization, what we do in NCCF, and why do we need a carbon registry, what are carbon credits, how it works, what are the sectoral scopes which are covered in the registry, our advisory board, we have the area of focus, and the target beneficiaries of the carbon registry, what are strength of carbon registry compared to other registries, how it differs, brief on small fee schedule, and the roadmap where we are heading. So carbon registry is a platform developed by NCCF, which is a network for certification and conservation of forests, to facilitate project listing, trading, tracking for relevant Indian and global stakeholders. So all projects as in, if there is a land restoration project, or somebody is investing time into setting up a solar grid or a wind turbine project, while that is towards sustainability, and it will positively contribute to the overall emission reduction. This helps document all that by creating database of quantified GHG emission reduction for all those projects listed with carbon registry. It creates a market based on supply and demand of carbon credits, and facilitate carbon credits trading. It also helps us follow up with India's NDC target under 2015 Paris Agreement. So it's an incentivizing program, not only to work towards sustainability, but how some level of monetization and some level of incentivization can happen for the efforts. Network of certifications for certification and conservation of forest came into existence in 2015 as a registered society, comprising experts, professionals, and stakeholders of natural resources engaged in global development of India-specific and globally benchmarked sustainability standard. As its core area, apart from working for policy advocacy, training, capacity building throughout multi-stakeholder engagement. So that's a brief. We are into sustainability standards, policy advocacy, natural resource conservation and management, multi-stakeholder engagement, and capacity building at the ground level. These are some of the standards which NCCF is working on. The forest management certification, this was launched in September. The overall climate change commitments are categorized into 17 SDGs, and each of these standards contributes into certain SDGs. For example, the 15, which is one of the SDGs, and similarly you'll find that there are several SDGs like 13, which is climate change, and so on. The tree outside forest is one of the world's first standard, which is under endorsement at this point with PEFC, which is again an international body, and it's one of its kind. Soon it will be available for use. The carbon standard was launched in December 2020. It took almost 3 years to build, and then you have carbon registry, which is the IT platform which is supporting the carbon standard and the process. It was launched in 2021 September. There is a safe board standard. There is a non-wood forest products, which is in progress. Ecotourism, the public consultation is in progress for this. QPM, which is quality planting material, the development is in progress. Then you have biofuel and biomass, land degradation, and PAWS, which is protected areas and wetlands. This is reference from the previous slide. We launched our services and the carbon registry on 16 September 2021. This is just a snapshot of the website, knowledge base which is available, and the carbon registry platform. So the question, why do we really need the carbon registry? The carbon registry is a platform that allows organizations to track, manage, and trade greenhouse emissions, GHG emissions. Carbon registries are essential because they provide a way for companies and government to measure, report, and verify emission reductions. What are carbon credits? So one carbon credit is 1 metric ton of carbon CO2 emission avoided from emission reduction project. And where do they come from? The carbon credit can be from any registered emission reduction project on the registry, such as emission reduction at landfills, reforestation, or renewable electricity projects. There could be multiple in different sectoral scopes. What are they used for? When you purchase a carbon credit, you can offset your emission not only generated from electricity consumption, but also from any other activities that generate emissions such as air travel, commuting, or events. Next question, what is the regulatory arrangement? Carbon credits are issued globally, recognized carbon credit registries, the most well-known of which is the Clean Development Mechanism, which we all know, which is CDM and CRI, and there are several more. How it works. So we have, on the left side, we have the carbon registry, which is the standard and the platform, and NCCF supporting it, which is voluntary. So there are 3 main stakeholders. First is the independent project proponent or the project developer, which helps build the project, get it documented and registered on our registry. The second is the verification and validation body, which is an audit body, a third party, which is eligible and empaneled with us and verifies the project. And then you have the independent methodology developer. This is something which is very crucial. These are the framework on which a project is made, and the calculation of carbon emission reduction or the carbon credit equivalent is calculated upon. So at present, we accept all methodologies registered under CDM, and we seek opportunities with partners to develop India-centric methodologies to support micro-scale projects. This is a high-level process chart on how the overall process works. You would have, like I said, there are 3 people. In this, only the regulatory body, which is NCCF, is required, the project proponent, and the verification body. So a project is registered, the project developer is registered on our platform. There is a KYC and approval process by NCCF. Then the project registered by the project proponent or the project developer is listed on the system. It gets published for 30 days for public consultation. Once it is done, the project then the project developer is open to appoint a VVB, which is empaneled with us, and they can validate their project. Once the validation is submitted, the project is verified and validated by the validation body. It is submitted to us. It gets reviewed. The project then is called a registered project, and then it goes into a monitoring cycle where it would generate, take time to complete, and then eventually generate carbon credits. Once the verification cycle happens, there is a monitoring report which is published and submitted by an IPP. A listing of monitoring report is also published online for 30 days, and then there is an appointment for VVB or the verification body to verify the monitoring report. And once that is verified, there is a review process by NCCR, which is carbon registry, and then the issuance is done to the project developer. So this is from registering the project to the issuance of the carbon credits. Further that the person is either or the project developer is okay to go ahead and retire the credits, or they can trade the credits further to other companies or other organizations to offset their set of emissions. These are certain sectoral scopes. There are 15 of them which are acceptable at CRI. This is again defined or derived from CDM. So energy industries, renewable, non-renewable resources, energy distribution, energy demand, manufacturing industries, chemical industries, construction, transport, mining and metal production, fugitive emissions from fuels, which is solid oil gas, fugitive emissions from production and consumption of halocarbons and sulfur hexafluoride, solvent use, waste handling and disposal, afforestation and reforestation, and agriculture. While there are so many sectoral scopes, Carbon Registry India focuses on nature-based solutions, and that's the key drive for us. These are certain organizations which are with us on our advisory board. We have TERI, we have DGCA, we have CI, Niti Aayog, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, you have ICRAF, and so on. These are key areas of our focus. Promote micro scale projects with multiple SDGs. When I say micro scale projects, this is something which is one of our USPs as well. It will come in the subsequent slides. Micro scale projects is not available in any registries abroad, any global registries. They are either small or medium. The small definition for them is also very, very big. For us, anything which is less than 20,000 carbon credit annually is considered a micro scale project. This is where we want to focus, so that it can empower involvement from individuals from vulnerable communities or small scale farmers, so on, and then foster nature-based solutions, which is one of the point. This is some small definition on the project scale. A micro scale project is estimated net GHG emission reduction less than or equal to 20,000 ton carbon equivalent per year. Similarly, for small scale, it is between 20,000 to 1 lakh, and a large scale project is 1 lakh above every year. The registries these are the target beneficiaries for the registry. Once the project is registered at our site, at our registry, all the data, everything is reported, verified, and all people, especially government, private organizations, MSMEs, they can go ahead and register their projects and incentivize whatever they are trying to do towards sustainability. These are the key strengths for CRI. It is a India-centric standard. Most of these standards which are available abroad or global registries, they are more focused on American or European standards. However, the irony is that the maximum projects which are registered are Indian projects abroad, but the CRI standard facilitates India level projects. It supports micro scale projects. It empowers a small player also to be able to take advantage of this initiative. There is a reduced overall cost. I will present a small slide on that. We are at least 50 to 60% cheaper on project registration with us and the overall process cycle. The micro scale projects, which is not there in any of the registries, a minimum of 4 SDGs per project is required for it to be registered with us. So the 1 plus 3, we call it. The first one, it has any project registered with us has to comply with the climate change, and any other 3. Unlike the other registries, our process is mostly automated. That it's sort of a CRM at the backend for the entire registry. Each process has a defined TAT, turnaround time, and so that the request or the registration or any process, any event taking place on the registry has some time limitation to be completed, which is not there in any other registry. Adapted from ISO 14064, a robust governance, like you already see our governing body. Similarly, we have a large stakeholder group from the industry and the NCCF governance, which guides us. So the yellow boxes which are there, 3 boxes, this is something which is in progress. We are already in talk or dialogue with Global Exchange, which opens our access to cross trade our credits across 19 other registries, as in internationally, and one of them is UNFCCC, and so on. It will be blockchain enabled, and ICRO and Corsia are the 2 certification which helps or enables the international methodology developers to come and enroll with us. How we differ from other registries, partially I've taken this. So the SD impact factor, which is sustainable development goal, the mandatory to have climate change, which is goal 13, and any other 3. It is not the case with any other registry. It can be registered with 1 or even skipped. The overall compliance cost is much less compared to other scales. Micro scale is something which we are encouraging, and we are talking to partners to develop new innovative methodologies which can help small stakeholders to also register their projects. Like we already have NCCF standard for forest management. Similarly, we have other standards. So in case an organization or a community is already in compliance with these forest management standard or having a certification, there is some level of relaxation which happens since they are already in line. Buffer credits is something which is only applicable for FLU projects, and at present we allow cross contribution across project, which is not there in any other registry. This is a fee schedule. So for an account opening, it's 25,000. It is, which is almost 70% less than any other registry, and annual maintenance, which is almost 80% less. A large scale project is 70,000 at this point in our registry, which is 50% less. And similarly, micro scale does not exist, but yes, small scale exists, and it is the cost for registration is 60% less to global registries. Issuance per credit, we charge 5 rupees, and in other registries, compared to other registries, we are 40% cheaper. And similarly, in case somebody wants to register a methodology, there's a cost which is 70% cheaper compared to others. More details can be actually seen on our website. The whole set of standards and documentation and all relevant material is available. This is our roadmap. We launched Carbon Registry in September 2021. What we understood is that while a registry is just registering a project, and the credits would be issued, and either they will be retired or cancelled, or they would be traded. There'll be a lot of monetization and there'll be commercial aspect to it. But while the mitigation happens on carbon credits, we wanted the mitigation to happen in the right perspective. So if, let's say, I am doing an offset for my electricity usage or my emission, but I might also be, if I'm a leather manufacturer, or I might be actually putting toxic material into the river. So I should be focus more on doing mitigation at the right place, rather than just doing an offset by buying a carbon credit. So we've initiated a voluntary disclosure and an ESG program. ESG is Environmental, Sustainable and Governance program, where we intend to not only have people or organizations disclose what they want to do, and we also would want them to help with the entire guidance on how they can achieve net zero or reduce their emissions in the right perspective, and right from starting a project, and what is required for them to complete what they have disclosed. We are slightly ahead on integration with the trading platform. While this is what this was supposed to initiate in July. In October, we intend to do a blockchain and in NFT integration. And by December, we expect to be compliant with ISO 27001, which is information security. Now it is 27002. ICROA and CORSIA accreditation is already in progress, as in we are preparing for it. And a mobile application which helps simplify the entire process and enables end users to easily purchase credit or contribute or register their projects directly. And May 23, we intended to take this later, but we are already in dialogue with certain partners and big organizations where they would develop methodologies specific for India and micro projects, which is non-existent at this point. And SOC certification is basically for service organization control, which goes beyond, which shows how the process is handled at the back end and shows more transparency. So that is it from my side.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights on carbon registry. Rightly stated by Anton Chevok, Man has been endowed with reason, with the power to create, so that he can add to what he's been given. But up to now, he hasn't been a creator, only a destroyer. Forests keep disappearing, rivers dry up, wildlife become extinct, the climate's ruined, and the land grows poorer and uglier every day. It gives us immense pleasure to present to you with a memento as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you so much, Arya.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we would move ahead, I would like to thank all the attendees of this conclave. We are glad to see 260 plus participants. This truly shows our concern for the environment and gives us all good hope. Carl Sagan quoted, "If the greenhouse effect is the blanket in which we wrap ourselves to keep warm, nuclear winter kicks off the blanket." With this now, we invite Mr. B.V.S. Shekhar, Associate Director, CP and CC in NPCIL. Shekhar sir is to address us on environmental concerns about nuclear power. Mr. Shekhar is BE Civil Engineer by qualification. His experience in nuclear power in projects, selection of sites, project planning, corporate planning, and corporate communication extends over 3 decades. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. B.V.S. Shekhar. We request you, sir, to kindly give us your valuable expertise.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me on this. Thank you, organizers. I will be talking today about how we have to address the environmental concerns that people have about nuclear. So, if you could kindly share the presentation, please.
Yes.
Okay, can I start now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today we are really concerned about the environment. So what is the biggest environmental concern today? If one were to ask, it's definitely climate change. The consequences of which we are already feeling, because there may be the odd skeptics, but then all of us are very clear that it is caused by global warming, which in turn is caused by the greenhouse gas emissions which we are going on putting into the atmosphere. So the solution obviously is that you have to mitigate this by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which and we need to eventually move to what is called net zero, which has been discussed so much of late. Because earlier it was only about certain targets, reduction of emissions, but now people have realized that these things are not going to work. We are already running down a precipice, so we need to get to what is called as net zero. If we
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yeah.
We would request you if you could be a little more closer to the mic.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Very clear. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. So as I said, the biggest environmental concern today is climate change, which is caused by increasing greenhouse gas emissions. And today, the time is over for having cuts in GHG emissions and so on. Everybody is only talking about getting to net zero. So we need to get to net zero emissions. Each one has set their own targets. Next slide, please. So where are these emissions coming from? If you look at the analysis, you see that bulk of it is coming from the energy sector, and in the energy sector, the electricity generation is the largest contributor. It almost contributes to more than half of the emissions. So if some is an area where we need to attack for reducing this or moving towards net zero, it has to be the energy sector. And in energy sector, the option is only to decarbonize, because energy sector, whether it is power or industry or transport, is almost totally, fully, majorly driven by fossil fuels, which burning of which leads to GHG emissions. So the next slide, please. See this, the Honorable Prime Minister has already made these Panchamrit promises in which he has targeted that we will achieve net zero by 2070. And if you see his earlier, the other four Panchamrits, most of them are related to the energy sector, that we'll have non-fossil energy capacity, we'll get 50% of our energy requirements from renewable energy. We will reduce our carbon emissions. Of course, carbon emissions have other things as well. And we reduce the intensity of our economy, which again is about the various sectors which are again propelled by energy. So decarbonization is the way forward. The next slide, please. Yeah, so if we are to decarbonize the energy or the power sector, we have to look at those which have low carbon emissions, the technologies which have low carbon emissions. So if we look here, we have to move away from the fossil fuels. And these are the renewables and nuclear. These are the ones that we need to look at as solutions to this issue. So if you want to address the big environmental concern, you have to go to these solutions. Now, do we have any environmental concerns about these solutions? Yes, there are some environmental concerns people talk about. So for instance, in solar, it's about how do you dispose of the panels after they've lived their life. In wind, people say that there's a lot of noise pollution because of wind turbines. With nuclear also, there are certain environmental concerns which are expressed. But because these are the solution for addressing this bigger environmental concern of the climate change, we need to address any small environmental concerns that we may have about these technologies. So I will be focusing on nuclear in this case. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are the, broadly, these are the concerns people have about how nuclear power will impact the environment. One is, of course, people have a certain amount of apprehension about the safety. Then safety in the sense that whether the plant will blow up and that kind of things that people have. Then there are concerns about radiation, because radiation is something like people's fear of radiation is like the fear of the ghost, because it is not seen, not felt, not smelled, or not sensed. So this needs to be addressed in a manner that people are able to appreciate it. Then there is fear that possibly from some radioactive contamination will get into air, water, land, and the general environment. And then there are certain associated concerns that people have, that whether their traditional means of livelihood will get affected, like fisheries or agriculture, and whether the natural environment, particularly flora and fauna, will be affected in a big way because of this of setting up. So these concerns, or these some of them could be apprehensions. These do persist, and because this is an important solution for addressing the climate change, we need to ensure that these are fully addressed and people are made aware that these are being taken care of. Next slide, please. So, how do we address these concerns? And of course, I just didn't put it in my presentation, but I would like to say that another concern people say is that of the nuclear waste, and they say that it's going to stay in the environment for millions of years. So people do have certain concern about how that long-term, long-lived radioactivity is going to impact the environment. So coming to this, if we have to address these concerns, we have to do two things. First is we have to demonstrate that these concerns have been taken care of. And this has to be a very credible demonstration. And second thing is we need to reach out to people, because you can demonstrate only to certain people who come in contact with you, but then you also have to make effort to reach out to everyone and show them, so that they are aware, they are made aware of how these concerns have been addressed, and this has to be taken up in a big way to attack the climate change problem. Next slide, please. This comes from how we have demonstrated safety is that in India we have had a very impeccable safety record. We have never had any incident of release of radioactivity in the public domain beyond stipulated limits. In over 53 years that we have been operating, we've had a very good safety culture. It is demonstrable. We have been peer reviewed by various organizations, and who have actually praised our safety culture, like the International Atomic Energy Agency, and then our own group of nuclear operators, the World Association of Nuclear Operators. And above us, there is a robust regulatory mechanism, and they're very, very tough people. In fact, one of the regulators will be speaking after me. So this is a demonstration. We have not had any problem for the last 53 years wherein there has been any release of radioactivity beyond the permit. So this is a demonstration of our authority. So next one, please. The environment, when as regards the radiation is concerned, you know that people will have a feeling that the radiation gets everywhere because you can't see it. It goes through the water, so through the air, it spreads through soil, it gets into crops and so on. So we have a mechanism by which at every nuclear facility all around, about, particularly in respect of power plants, it is about 30 kilometers all around. All the environmental matrices like air, water, sample, vegetation, foodstuffs, milk, fish, meat, and many other matrices are picked up and monitored. They're sampled from all around the places. You can see these pictures, people picking up shellfish and then picking up vegetation, picking up soil. And they test all these and then try to see how much of the radiation is there, or the radioactive elements are there in that, so that you can see what would be the kind of dose that these would get, if at all they would have. And this monitoring is continuous. It is very, very extensive all around the plants. And from these results, the dose
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yeah.
You're not audible.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. As I was saying that the monitoring of all the environmental matrices is the values of radioactivity detected or FNE is uh, used to derive at what is called as a dose. This is a technical term and so you can see at all our sites over last 5 years. This is from our regulators annual report. The limit that has been set is 1,000 microsievert per year, and nowhere you can see that it is more than 30. So that's less than that's about 3 to 4% is of the limit that has been set is what is everywhere. That is why people all who are living around the nuclear power plants are fine. People can visit there and see that there is absolutely no dose of radiation in the environment, because all the environmental matrices are monitored and these doses are arrived at based on that. Next slide, please. Apart from that, no one can claim that it is zero environmental impact, because any activity has got an impact. But what kind of impact it has on the environment? For this, the Ministry has got of Environment and Forests has got a process of environmental clearance, which requires that a comprehensive environmental impact assessment be done. So this is done even before the project work starts, because this is a prerequisite. There is a public hearing, the people's opinions are taken on the environmental impact of assessment report of the project. And only after the environmental clearance is given by the Ministry of Environment and Forests is the project taken up. And there is also an environmental management plan put in place, so that it is involving the various agencies to ensure that the environment around the site is managed in the best possible manner. Next slide, please. About the traditional means of livelihood being impacted, because people have this, these are, you can see these that, the fisheries, and we have the discharge canal next to it. If you can visit any of these places, you'll find that there's an abundance of fish, there's an abundance of various other aquatic species, and crops grow just on our fence post, and they grow very well. So there is no impact whatsoever which is caused on the people's livelihoods in the vicinity of our nuclear power plants. Next slide, please. And because we also have an advantage of requiring a very small footprint because nuclear power plants take up only 60, 70, 80 hectares of footprint for 2 into 700 or 2 into 1000 megawatt plant. The area, and because we have no stack emissions, nothing goes on the stack. Those stacks that you see are the chimneys. What goes out is the ventilated air, which goes through the ventilation systems. And all around, we maintain a green belt, and in fact, it is so pristine. I would urge people to come and visit our plants. You can see that it's effectively so beautiful all around, because the environment around doesn't get it. The natural environment flourishes so well. Plus, because we have this global requirement of the regulatory code that we have to keep a zone around our nuclear power plant fenced, and there is no human intervention there. It's developed like natural forest. So in fact, our nuclear power plants are kind of treasure troves of flora and fauna, and particularly birds, animals, and butterflies, and so on. So natural environment actually flourishes around nuclear power plants. Next, please. Next slide, please. So, having demonstrated that all the concerns of people that are there about the environmental impact of taking care of, we also need to reach out and tell people, because I myself have had a lot of experiences where people have apprehensions because simply because they have not seen this, they have not seen the demonstration of this. I can share an anecdote that once we escorted a group of honorable MPs to one of our power stations, and we took them straight to the control room. And those people probably had seen all those videos and of nuclear accidents and all. And after that, when we sat down for a meeting, the first question they asked is that, look, we thought that we have to come in some kind of a gas mask and shielded gear and things like that. And we took us straight to the control room of the plant. And across the table, some of our senior officers were sitting. One of the honorable MPs asked them whether how long he was working in the plant. And when he said for 30 years, they said that, but you're fitter than I am. So, and they were totally convinced, because unless we reach out to the various kinds of people, people will definitely believe what is out there in the media. Not all is, I would say that everything that is there is sensationalizing it, but definitely not everything that is the fact is stated everywhere. So we have a program of reaching out. In fact, we have some of the masters of this who will be speaking next. And one of the most important things is, taking people to our plants. In fact, on our website, we have a link whereby people can request for a visit to a plant. And based on mutual convenience, we do arrange that. Because last 2-3 years, there was some, because of COVID, we couldn't arrange, but now recently we have started, and these are the people who have come from Kudankulam, around Kudankulam to see Tarapur. So this photograph is very, in fact, from the last week itself. So this, next slide, please. We're also, putting up various science centers. It's the Honorable Minister of Atomic Energy inaugurating our Delhi Science Center. It's about a 6,000 square foot area. We have next slide, please. And we also have programs to go and reach out by, we have exhibition on wheels program right now. I mean, some of these have not been reactivated yet after the COVID, but then, we had exhibitions built in a bus which we would take to every village and show them. The next slide, please. Apart from that, because we also do a lot of environmental conservation. So we have programs at our plants, because already our plants are treasure troves of rich flora and fauna. We organize, we have created environments conducive for conservation, and also documented all of them. So we have published a series of coffee table books in this regard. And we have been trying to reach out to various audiences in the areas of environmental conservation. We are tied up with the Wildlife Institute of India, who are helping us in further developing and enhancing our conservation efforts. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and address on environmental concerns about nuclear power. George Bush rightly quoted, "We ought to be using nuclear power. It's a renewable source of energy." On this note, sir, please accept our token of appreciation in a form of this small memento. I do not want to protect the environment. I want to create a world where environment doesn't need protection. With this, we now invite Sri G.R. Srinivasan, former Vice Chairman, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. Srinivasan sir is to address us on nuclear power as it is a destroyer or a protector. Mr. Srinivasan is BE Mechanical Engineer by qualification. Mr. Srinivasan's experience in nuclear industry is for over 5 decades, which includes awareness of latest national and international developments in the technological, commercial, planning, and other areas, both of Indian and global nuclear industry. Mr. Srinivasan has a clear vision of future developments in India and global nuclear activities. Please put your hands together to welcome Sri G.R. Srinivasan ji. We request you, sir, to broaden our perspective on the subject.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon to all the people. This is, in fact, my second visit, if I say, to Paryavartan. I'm very happy to be there. I'm a cricket player and a bowler that too. I would like to achieve the hat-trick and be there next year also if I am given the opportunity. My talk is...
It will be our pleasure, sir.
Yeah. My talk is a little bit of a, I should say, a risky title, Destroyer or Protector. In fact, the theme of this meeting is prosperity from Jal, Tal, Vayu, Jeevan, Haryali. In fact, this is what has been spelled out by United Nations. The next slide, please. UN has come out with ambitious plan to improve the global prosperity by 2030 and come up through 17 sustainable development goals. These areas include poverty, hunger, health and well-being, quality education, clean water, sanitation, decent work, economic growth, life, land, peace, justice. A very ambitious list. In fact, this development in these areas require a lot of inputs. It also says it should be done in a sustainable development manner. Sustainment has two words, sustainable and development. It's a very balanced approach. It need not be just sustainable, it need not be just development, but a good optimum mixture of the two. What is sustainable? In fact, I have not found any classical definition, but I have come up with my own definition. A thing is sustainable if it doesn't cause undue damage to the environment. The flora and fauna is protected. There is something called intergenerational equity, which means you don't exhaust all the resources. You keep it and conserve it for the next few generations. And in other words, and then public safety also. In other words, everything, which is the theme of this meeting, Jal, Tal, etc., needs to be protected so that they can give us prosperity. That requires many inputs. I feel one of the most important input is being vital. In fact, there is even SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy. Energy is an input for everything. If you want to develop quality education, if you want to develop health, if you want to develop anything else, energy is a vital input. For example, if you want to have a human development index of 0.9, it requires per capita consumption of 5,000 kilowatts per year. If you want to develop at a GDP rate of 10%, you may require anywhere between 8 to 12% of increase in installed capacity with due elasticity. And hence, this is a very good word, I feel, that you must develop, but you must at the same time make sure that you protect things around you. Next slide, please. Mother Nature protects us if we protect her. Climate change and unfortunate Ukraine war will have a profound effect in future global. What have we done to the environment? For thousands of years, the CO2 in global atmosphere was 200 ppm. Between 1880 to 2020, it has increased to 413 ppm. There is a similar increase in other greenhouse gases also, which is, for example, methane, also has increased by the same amount. This has been taken very seriously by all the countries. United Nations has set up several committees, and there was a Paris Agreement, and there is a committee of parties meeting frequently. The latest one being COP26, which says there should be an increase of only 2 degrees C that is permitted, and we should take steps to make sure that you don't exceed 2 degrees C in the global temperature. I would like to point out it is an average increase which we are talking about. In some places, especially around India, it could be even 6 degrees. But the average which they want us to control is 2 degrees C. How do we do it? Some 191 countries have come up with the nationally determined contribution. It's a voluntary limit which each country sets up. And I would like to point out, even if this is achieved, we'll end up with 3 degrees C. One of the important things that needs to be done is elimination of fossil fuel. And there should be energy transformation. In fact, it should be transition. I have been told by people that you must have some wrong words or wrong spelling so that anybody who is sleeping wakes up. Next slide, please. Fossil phased out, I think Shekhar brought out that India's NDC called for 2070 fossil phase out. And this phasing out must be done with replacement with green energy. As I told earlier, replacement of Russian oil and gas, which many countries are doing, must be only through green power. Several countries have come up with a transition plan, and I have, in fact, brought out my own suggestion on it. One of the most important things is to convert everything to electricity and use hydrogen. I think somebody brought out earlier that there are many other sectors which are also giving out greenhouse gases, and hence all of them should be converted to electricity. And hydrogen is a very good carrier. However, it is very energy intensive to produce hydrogen. It must be produced in what is called green hydrogen, which is through renewables and nuclear. Which are the two great energies? Renewable and nuclear. And in case of India, there is no question of either renewable or nuclear, it is both. In fact, we need all the power that can be generated. The global renewable growth has been phenomenal. What I am surprised is sun has been shining for millions of years and wind is blowing for a long time. Why only in the last 10 years we are coming with so many renewable projects? There are issues on renewable. It needs the backup by bulk energy. Renewable, the capacity factor, which is how much it can generate as a percentage to how much is possible to generate, is only 20%. It is not a 24/7 supply. It is a variable output. It is seasonal. The storage issues, and hence it needs to be backed up by, in most of the countries, by a bulk energy source. In fact, a very skewed mix of energy in Germany is giving it a lot of issues. Next, please. What are the next step? What are the issues with nuclear? Let me bring it out in a frank manner. It was born with a bomb. There is a proliferation problem. People can cause sabotage in a nuclear power plant. They can steal a radiation source and have a nuisance value. In fact, these calls for a very good nuclear security, which is all the more important after 9/11 incident. Radiation, accidents. In the 19,000 reactor years, there have been 3 accidents. and cross-boundary impact. In fact, only Chernobyl had a cross-boundary impact. High-level radioactive waste, 10,000 to 1 million years, it will stay. High capital cost. Next slide, please. Safety, project delays. People even ask whether nuclear is a 22nd century solution to a 20th century problem. We are trying to fix it in 21st century. Low efficiency, it's only about 35% compared to a supercritical plant, which is about 50%. Lifetime commitment. I would add one more, decommissioning. There are some people who are skeptic about decommissioning and even doubt whether decommissioning can ever be done. What are the advantages? Next slide, please. Of nuclear. It's green power, top performance, and big bulk power. In fact, one of the French reactors that is proposed to be put up is 1,750 megawatts per one unit. The maximum renewable is about 10 megawatts. There's nuclear are in fact silent giants. You can't even find out whether a nuclear power plant is operating by seeing from outside, except from small white water vapors from the cooling towers. It is very silent. In fact, when you operate, there are many birds. I have even seen birds sitting right on the reactor dome. There are several new sanctuaries which have opened. I think Shekhar has shown some very good pictures of greenery around nuclear power plants. In fact, the fish catch has increased over the years around the nuclear power plant. In fact, this is one of the things which is put in the theme, Hariali. Hariali is something tremendous around nuclear power plants. It is incredibly safe, the safest energy source. The fatalities per terawatt year for coal is 120 and for nuclear it is 0.01. Low fuel cost, it's because of low transportation. High capital cost is compensated by low fuel cost. I can carry the fuel that is required for a 200 megawatt reactor in my first class compartment. 1 pound of uranium gives the same power as 1,400 tons of coal. It's very competitive. All NPCL tariffs are competitive with the nearby power plants. Next, please. Next slide. Is the lowest megawatt hour per unit area. This is Tal, which is there in the theme. Land is to be conserved, especially in a country like India. Renewable plants require for the same megawatt hour 160 times the area. It occupies a large area and it's going to be a very difficult situation in India. Second lowest material requirement in tons per megawatt hour, the lowest being gas. That means resource conservation, because material is to be conserved for the next generation. Cost of waste handling, decommissioning internalized. Volume of waste low. For 100 reactors in United States, for 50 years, if fuel is stored in a football ground, it will be only 20 feet. Can be located near load centers because it has got no problem of transporting things. Eminently satisfies the sustainable development and intergenerational equity. In fact, it is almost renewable. For example, thorium can generate 3,58,000 megawatts for 250 years to 300 years. People in Induji talked about, and also Arya talked about reuse, recycle. She also talked about circular economy. In fact, Indian nuclear power program does follow the circular economy. It follows a closed cycle. The fuel is reprocessed and reused, and ultimately the waste is very less. Next slide, please. Nuclear power plants are very versatile. It can be used for processing. It can be used for example, green hydrogen, fuel cells. It may be used for transportation. It can be used for space. But however, For example, I talked about converting transportation to electricity, like hydrogen or electric EVs, EV cars. For generation of such energy, increase in energy by fossil fuel, we are back to square one. So you must generate it by green power. For transportation alone, the increase in the megawatt capacity in India will be greater than the installed capacity of 180 countries. This is the kind of increase in energy that will be required if you want to convert into electricity. Nuclear is flexible. In fact, in the grids in which nuclear are there, we can put more renewable, because the more and more renewable is, the more and more flexible operation is required. Mean nuclear can operate, reduce the power, increase the power, and the later designs of nuclear have been very flexible. It's grid stabilizer. It is the quality of supply is fantastic. And I in fact traveled once from Delhi to Kota, and I saw lights only in Udaipur on a big northern blackout. And Udaipur was being supplied by Rajasthan plant. It's very reliable. In fact, coming to performance, one of the plants in Kaiga has operated for 962 days continuously, and it broken the then world record. There are 35 times Indian nuclear power plants are operated for more than 1 year. So this is the kind of reliability which is going to be very useful to the grid. Next, please. Next. Okay, I want to come back to issues with nuclear and see what we are doing against these issues. It's born with a bomb, proliferation, and nuclear security. The later reactors are proliferation resistance. In fact, the thorium reactors which we are going to have is proliferation resistance. Radiation, I would like to tell that there is more than 15 million atoms of phosphorus 10 disintegrating in our own body every hour. Nuclear radiation is something is part of our life. However, it needs to be controlled. Accident, the later reactors, unlike Fukushima, like generation 3 plus, and generation 4 reactors, in all probability will not have any action to be taken in the public domain, even in a severe accident. So there will be no cross-boundary impact. High-level radioactive waste, there are solutions available for high-level radioactive waste, but the nuclear industry is slow on it deliberately because, for example, in India, it is required by 2070. In US, it is required in 2086. So there are no deep geological repository being considered. However, I feel that for the sake of public acceptance and also for the sake of being called sustainable, we must solve this high-level radioactive waste and demonstrate to the people that it has a solution. This is very important. Even if it is required later, we must do it now. In fact, there is a DGR, Deep Geological Repository, already being built in Finland and being commissioned. So, for example, EU taxonomy, which gives fund to green energy, which is accepting nuclear, or ESG, which Richard pointed out, they all call for sustainability. And so high-level radioactive waste need to be solved. Next, please. Safety, I already talked about it. Project delays. The small modular reactors, modular construction, they're trying to see whether they can build it in 3 years. Similarly, the generation 4 and generation 3 plus, one of the objectives is to make sure that it can be built in 4.5 to 5 years. Low efficiency, this being increased, but it cannot be increased too much. Lifetime commitment, there is no solution. Decommissioning, yes, there are many solutions. In fact, even the regulatory body makes sure it is decommissionable even before the reactor is built. And there is a cess which is being collected, which makes sure that there is enough fund available. And it's already done in quite a lot of nuclear power plants. Next, please. Okay. In the conclusion, there is no human endeavor without risk. As I told earlier, we must balance appropriately. We can't neglect development. We can't neglect sustainability. Man chooses whether something is to be a destroyer or protector. Even a knife can be used to cut vegetables or can be used, like what you imagine, can be used to stab people. Radiation causes cancer. It also cures cancer. Climate change targets cannot be met without nuclear. In fact, more than 41 countries have included nuclear in their NDCs, that is nationally determined contributions. There is going to be a renaissance on nuclear power. The policymakers and the public are convinced this renaissance is driven by the people, by the public, and it's going to stay. It's not being pushed to the people. People have realized that there is no solution to climate change without nuclear. And you can't have energy starvation. There are several villages, even now in India, which doesn't have power supply. Solve issues which I have pointed out, and already solutions are on the way, and adopt nuclear. But it should be done carefully with due diligence. I will leave it to you now to decide whether nuclear is a destroyer or a protector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for broadening our vision. Truly highlighted by Srinivasan sir and the theme, Jal, Thal, Vayu, Jeevan, Haryali, Inse hi hai Khushhali. So let's all step ahead to achieve this. It is our proud privilege to present to you our token of appreciation in the form of this small memento.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mahatma Gandhi ji quoted, "When you make yourself into zero, your power becomes invincible." With this, we now invite Dr. S.K. Malhotra, who will address us on strategies and technology options on India's mission Zero Emission. Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Secretary at India Nuclear Society and an editor of Nari newsletter, is a postgraduate in chemistry. Dr. Malhotra was superannuated from Department of Atomic Energy in 2015 after serving for about 4 decades. Dr. Malhotra is an expert with International Atomic Energy and Agency for assessing and advising them on their public information program, and has delivered more than 500 invited lectures on various scientific topics. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. S.K. Malhotra. We request you, sir, for your valuable insight.
Thank you very much, Arya. And before I start my presentation, let me thank Dr. Kataria and the ICS for inviting me. For Dr. Srinivasan, he is looking for a hat trick next year. For me, it is my inception this year, so probably my first ball this year. Future, what happens, we will see. So today, friends, I think all of you, the entire audience, must be listening right from 6 months. You must have been hearing about COP26. And a lot of international political declarations and debates were going on. And finally, our India's mission, the delegation which went there under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, they declared that by 2070, India would attain net zero emission. Though many of the advanced countries have promised that they will do it by 2050, but enormous population of India and because of which the overall carbon emission is very high of the country, though per capita is very less. So it's an enormous task. So we have asked for 20 additional years, and we will be doing it by 2070. So how exactly we will attain this? I have based on a discussion paper which recently appeared in Current Science by my senior colleague, Dr. Grover, who is an emeritus professor in Homi Bhabha National Institute, University of Department of Atomic Energy. So I am borrowing all the data from him, and today's discussions are based basically on that publication. So we move to the next slide. So see, in 3 days, we will be having the World Environment Day. And only on that word, like, you know, nowadays there is a fashion. On Mother's Day, you flood all the WhatsApp messages with all the love for mothers, as if for other 364 days, you are not supposed to look after or even remember your mother. Only on one day, the Mother's Day, you will remember your mother. So similarly, on the Environment Day, people will come out with what picture I am showing here. You must be seeing that poster saying that save the earth from what? What is going to happen to the earth? Actually, earth is going to remain as a planet of sun. There is no life on Venus, there is no life on Mars, probably, but those planets are existing, so Earth will always exist. The big question is whether there will be life on Earth or not. So whether there will be environment suitable for human life, whether there will be ecosystem suitable for life. That is what we should be worried about, not about Mother Earth. Mother Earth is going to be there for millions and millions of years. So I think what we need to do is to save our environment and our ecosystem so that our future generations can also enjoy a life similar to or better than what we are enjoying today. And this is all about the sustainability or sustainable development. Okay, now next slide, if we can move. So in the next slide, of course, it shows through a bar chart that India is the world's 4th biggest emitter of carbon dioxide as a country. Okay, but here when you say 4th, there you are taking European Union as one country. If you break European Union into individual nations, then India is the 3rd largest emitter of carbon dioxide in the world. That is as a nation, because of our large population. But if you see per capita carbon emission, we are very low. We are close to 2, not even 2 tons per capita per year. While there are, see, for example, USA is more than 15 tons per person per year. So there is often a debate. You know, the countries like America will say, India is a large emitter, India should decrease its emissions. But India always says that, look, per capita basis, we are very low. So the debate goes on. But anyway, now India has committed itself that we will also move towards net zero emission, though the challenge is going to be much bigger for us. Now, can we have the next slide? So here I am showing you, I think Shekhar had also shown some similar data, but anyway, there is no harm in some repetition. So sectoral contributions to energy related emission of carbon dioxide. So here, if you see, electricity sector is the biggest emitter, which accounts for about 45 to 46% of carbon emission. Then industries are the next big sector, in which in the industries, total about 30% carbon dioxide emission is due to the industries. And the main big industries are steel and cement. Okay. And then transport is the next one with about 13 to 14% carbon emission coming from this sector. And then there is agriculture at about 4%, and buildings, both residential and office complexes, service buildings, they account for about 6.5%. So this is the sectorial distribution of our carbon emission. Let us quickly move to the next slide, please. In the next slide, I have tried to show that at COP26, Prime Minister Modi, besides saying that India will achieve the target of net zero emission by 2070, that is actually our commitment number 5. Total 5 commitments have been made there. The first commitment is that by 2030, India will increase its non-fossil capacity to about 500 gigawatt. Presently, it is somewhere between 150 to 175 gigawatt. Then second commitment is that by 2030, India will fulfill 50% of its energy requirement with renewable energy. Currently, it is about 20 to 25% of the energy requirement is met by renewable. So 50% will be met by 2030 through renewables. Then third commitment is that India will reduce 1 billion ton of total projected carbon emission between now and 2030, naturally by moving to low carbon or no carbon energy options. We will be achieving this. And fourth commitment is that by 2030, India will reduce its economy's carbon intensity, which is beyond 75% at present. We will reduce it by 40 to 45%, and we will come down to about 35%. Okay. And the fifth commitment, of course, the biggest one, that India will achieve the target of net zero emission by 2070. So let us see how can we achieve these. Now, energy generation and usage pattern in India in 2019. So just 2-3 years back, what was the pattern? Now here, let me tell you that primary energy consumption, which in the first top diagram I have shown, primary energy consumption means total domestic energy requirement or demand. Okay. While final energy consumption, which is the middle circle, middle pie chart is showing, final energy consumption means what end users actually consume. And of course, the third figure here is electricity generation, because part of that final energy consumption is in the form of electricity. So if we quickly go through these pie charts, then in the primary, in the top pie chart, the information given is that about, I will tell you the broad points. About 91% of the primary energy is accounted by fossil fuel. Okay. While hydel accounts for about 4%, renewable for about 3.6%, while nuclear for about 1.2%. While the final energy requirement or final energy demand, it is in the form of 33%. 1/3 is in the form of oil products, that is all petrol, diesel, etc. 16.7% is in the form of coal products. 5.6% is as natural gas. 27.3% is biofuels and waste. So this fossil accounts for about 83%, while 17.3% comes from electricity. And mind it, within this electricity, again, we have about 70 to 75% through fossil resources. Okay. Now, third pie diagram is about electricity. So whatever electricity we have been generating, so 2019 scenario is that 76% of the electricity is coming from fossil fuel, 12% from hydro, 3% from nuclear, and 9% from renewables. So this is the scenario of 2019. From this scenario, naturally, as you can see, it is carbon emission heavy. So it is with heavy, where you account more than 90% of your primary energy is coming through fossil fuel. Naturally, you are going to be a major emitter. So can we have the next slide? So for India, shifting from fossil fuels to low carbon technologies is going to be important for the following reasons. Number one, it is going to be, no, you were supposed to give me the next slide, please. So for India, shifting from fossil fuel to low carbon technologies is going to be important for following 4 reasons. Number one, most important, no, the previous slide, I think there is some mix up. Just the previous slide. No, there is a slide in between. Is there no slide in between? Yes. Yeah. The previous one. Yes. Yes. Freeze it here. Yeah. So first is the climate change mitigation efforts. Second is reduced dependence on imported fossil fuels, especially oil sector. Then lower energy import bills. Naturally, when we import most of our petroleum products, the import bill is too heavy, and attainment of long-term energy security. So these are the 4 goals because of which we must shift from fossil fuels to low carbon technologies, and it is going to be very important for the Indian economy. Next slide, please. There is some mix-up in my notes. 1 minute. Kindly pardon me. Yes. So now here actually, I think another speaker mentioned about the Human Development Index and energy. There is a beautiful correlation between the two. And so here I have given 3 figures. I will not go too much into detail, but only thing is presently India has a Human Development Index of about 0.645, 0.647, somewhere in between 0.645. So around less than 0.65. Okay. But there are many countries, I think more than 24 countries in the world who have HDI equal to or more than 0.9. So they are highly developed countries. Often we call them the first world. These are the third world countries. So no country has ever achieved HDI 0.9 with less than 146 gigajoules per capita per year of primary energy consumption. India is at a meager 31.2. So look, if we are imagining that we will reach 0.9 index, we have to move from 31.2 to 146 gigajoules. Then if we come to final energy consumption, it has to be 75 gigajoules per capita per year. We presently are at 19.3. And electricity consumption per capita will also have to increase similarly. All the 3 diagrams are shown here. So India has this twin challenge, okay? While increasing our energy consumption so as to achieve a HDI of 0.9, we have to do so. So we have to increase our energy consumption multifold, but we have to achieve net zero emission also. So the advanced countries, the first world countries have done it in 2 steps. They have first increased their energy consumption, and now they are trying to decrease the emissions. We have to do these 2 simultaneously, both the steps. We have to increase our energy consumption multifold, and we have to move towards net zero emission. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, if we look at the last 10 years, that is particularly 2010 to 2019, how has India's energy consumption and HDI moved? So you see a linear graph in case of India, both in the case of final energy consumption and also in electricity consumption. You see a linear graph. Now you compare with a country like Turkey, there the graph is flattening. Now the reason is that Turkey is already moving close to 0.9 index, while we are still from 2010 we were about 0.58 and now we have reached about 0.65. So the graph in this portion is linear. So here there is a perfect linear relationship between per capita electricity consumption or per capita final energy consumption and the HDI. Finally, when we also move close to 0.9, there will be flattening of the curve. Next slide, please. Now here actually, having discussed all this, now I come to the crux of this, my presentation, which is for India, population growth is expected to peak in about 2048 when it will become 1.5 billion. GDP growth is one of the necessary conditions for improving HDI. Energy consumption will also rise substantially for reaching to HDI of 0.9. So thus, the most important consideration for India will be to shift to low carbon intensity energy forms, adopt carbon abatement technologies, and implement energy conservation and efficiency improvement measures to support its economic activities. These considerations enable the authors of this whole data to develop various scenarios for energy planning and forecasting in the country. These scenarios I am going to discuss in next 3-4 minutes. There are total 8 scenarios, out of which S0, S1, S2. They are the traditional scenarios. S0 is the existing scenario. So you do no change. You continue to use that much energy per capita. The scenario S1 represents high energy consumption, that we increase our per capita energy consumption, but our energy mix remains the same. That means we continue to produce 80%, more than 80% of our electricity, or close to 90% of our primary energy through fossil fuel. And scenario S2 assumes significant energy efficiency improvements. So energy efficiency is improved, but an energy mix still continues to be the conventional. Now scenario S3 to S7, these 5 scenarios are the various scenarios where we move towards low carbon electricity, we move towards carbon capture and reuse technologies, we move towards energy efficiency, we move towards forestry, low carbon footprints, and the assumptions involved in creating these high development net zero scenarios, they are mentioned in the next slide. What exactly are these 8 scenarios? Next slide, please. Next. So I'm sorry, I think the letter size here will be, the font size is a bit smaller, but anyway, I will read it for you. So these are the scenario S3 to S7, where through which we are going to attain net zero emission. So if we consider the scenario S3, where all oil products have been replaced completely by low carbon electricity by using renewable hydro and nuclear electricity, all currently electrified sectors, they achieve graded energy efficiency improvement. So energy efficiency improvement, then coal and natural gas used in industry as reducing agent, that is reduced. I think I'll take 2 more minutes. And similarly, these rest of the 4 scenarios are there. I think to conserve time, I'll move to next slide, where I show the result of this complete scenarios. As you see the scenario, S0 and S1, they are, see, in S0, nothing has changed. So we are not changing anything. Our per capita energy consumption remains at 19.3. So that scenario is of no use. In scenario S1, it increases to 75%, but our forms of final energy consumption remain the same. That means 17.3% only comes from electricity, rest comes from fossil resources. S2 also we reduced by energy efficiency, we reduced our energy requirement, but still we are producing the energy mix through major use of fossil resources. The scenarios S3 to S7, as you can see in the last column, these are various combinations of low carbon electricity and hydrogen. So combination of these two. So this is how we will be moving towards net zero emission by about 2/3, 60% to 2/3 of energy coming from low carbon electricity and about 40% to 1/3 coming from hydrogen. Okay. Now, next slide, please. Now, from these, the discussion so far, the estimates for total final energy requirement in India in 2070 are going to be on per capita basis. They are going to be 41.2 to 48.6 as compared to 19. And this, if you convert into kilowatt hour per capita, then it is going to be 11,454 to 13,500. And you multiply by the population 1.5 billion in 2070. So you get a total figure that annually we will have to produce more than 17,000 terawatt hours per year. And you can add about 10% for transmission losses and distribution of both electricity and hydrogen to that. So enormous amount of electricity and hydrogen will have to be produced. Now we move to the next slide. No, I think you did not move to the next slide. Yeah, this is the slide I was discussing, that you will need about, finally accounting for transmission losses also conservation. About 30 to 40% of final electrical energy consumption will be used to produce hydrogen, while rest by electrolysis, and rest would be used to directly electrify and decarbonize specific sectors. So much so, in fact, because of paucity of time, I could not mention even the home cooking, domestic cooking. There will be no gas. By 2070, we will have to shift to completely electrical cooking. So completely, we will be switching over to electricity for transportation, for cooking, domestic cooking, and many of these things. All energy sources. In fact, nothing would be burned. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. Continuing with the conclusions, the infrastructure growth to support high development and decarbonization may require additional 4,000 terawatt hours of electricity per annum for materials such as steel, cement, etc. And we may require around 200 to 500 terawatt hours for digitalization of our economy. So final energy requirement of the order of 23,000 to 27,000 terawatt hours per annum, dividing it by India's population at that time. So here I want to bring into consideration that Srinivasan Saab told that we will be needing about 5,000 kilowatt hours per person per year electricity. This is now stands modified. We in fact will be needing 16,000 kilowatt hours per person per year. Extensive electrification would also demand greater amount of materials such as copper, aluminium, lithium, cobalt, vanadium, manganese, and silicon. So this also has to be kept in mind. I think in brief, in this short time, I could only tell this much. Next slide, which is the acknowledgement slide, which initially itself I told this complete presentation is based on a publication in Current Science, volume 122 in March this year itself. Next slide, which is basically the takeaway from this presentation. If we want our future generations to be safe and we want them to enjoy electricity and modern life, then replacing fossil fuels by renewables and nuclear is a must. Thank you very much for your kind time.
Thank you so much, sir, for a power-packed note. Rightly highlighted by Dr. Malhotra, Earth shall remain. The concern is of life existence, a better environment, and a good ecosystem. So let's pledge to be cautious of our actions, not only on the World Environment Day, but on all days and achieve zero emission. It would be our great pleasure to present to you, sir, with a small memento as a token of appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It would be now a great pleasure to invite Professor Sudesh Sharma. Sharma ji is a senior scientific officer with DAE NPCIL for 30 years and visiting professor at Business School. Sharma ji is also currently TQM consultant and MDP facilitator and corporate communication consultant to technical sector. By qualification, Sharma ji is BE Mechanical, PG in Management and ISTD in Training and Development. His specializations include quality management, environmental management, health and safety, training and development, corporate communication, nuclear engineering. We welcome you, sir.
Yeah.
Randolph, thank you, sir. Randolph Bourne rightly stated, a good discussion increases the dimension of everyone who takes part. With this, the forum is now open for discussions. The esteemed members of the panel are Dr. Sundar Kataria, Dr. Indumati Manivan Nambi, Mr. Richard Bright, Sri BVS Shekhar, Sri G.R. Srinivasan, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, and Professor Sudesh Sharma, who I will request to moderate the session. We would also request Sharma ji to take us through the recap of today's session post the panel discussion. We would be taking the questions from the chat box. The panel is now open for discussions and question answers. Over to you, Sharma sir.
Okay, thank you, Arya. I think
Thank you,
towards the fag end of the event today, I'm so glad that there was a very strong focus on carbon footprint today. All the august speakers, somehow, their talk converged on reducing carbon footprint. Whether it was by default or it was planned, I wonder. But then the message is very loud and clear, and I hope that the audience got the messages and the necessary insights, to take your mission forward, the mission of, saving Mother Earth from destruction. So it was, let me now, in case there is a question from the audience, I would love to take that first, but before the audience prepare themselves, I would like to throw the first question to Madam Indumati. Ma'am, I hope you are around. Indumati, ma'am. Yeah. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. I request all the august speakers and panelists to unmute themselves. Yeah, ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am, the question, you started very on an extremely strong note, and we got to know a very new phrase today, that's Earth Overshoot Day. For the benefit of all of us, can you throw some more light on this Overshoot Day?
Yes. So,
I would request you to be as simple, because assuming that there are a lot of non-technical audience also, and because there are various platforms, so the number of audience that you see on the Zoom platform could be just 1/3 of the total audience. So can you simply explain to us, the way a school teacher explains to a 8th standard student, what is Earth Overshoot Day?
yes. So this is a calculation which is done based on consumption patterns of different countries. In terms of they have these statistics, and the resource can be replenished. There are resources which are replenished on, so that is also estimated, and then they calculate on how much demand, the demand versus supply calculation. So we are actually utilizing more from the reserve. There should always be a reserve stock of resources, and there should be something which is replenished. So if we are consuming more than what is being replenished, that is when we are overshooting. Okay, and that day is coming closer and closer. Ideally situation in December, we should consume what is the allocated resources for us in that year. But since we are just like, look at water, we are mining water from we call it fossil water. If we go and mine the deeper aquifers, then we are removing the resource which are supposed to be kept on reserve. So Earth Overshoot Day was in 1970, it was December, which is ideal. And then we have been exhausting our resources more than what we should. And the recent calculation says that in July 29th last year, we overshot.
I hope you heard the other August speakers. You found time to hear them. What do you think? I mean, and these speakers have given wonderful insights, on their complete experience of handling the non-fossil brand of energy. Are you? What's your take on whether the recommended sources of energy like renewables and nuclear would actually defer this overshoot day, or maybe prevent this day from happening?
Yeah, definitely. So we are going to keep the fossil fuel reserves longer if or consume less. If we are going to add more to our bouquet of non-renewable resources through solar, hydrogen. So definitely we are going to push back this Earth Overshoot Day slowly and steadily back to December.
Okay, great, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would now come to Mr. Shekhar, because let me go in that order, in the order the speakers came and presented. Shekharji wonderfully presented, and I think your slide was very well appreciated by both Malhotra Sahab and Srinivasan Sahab. Especially liked the slide on the greening of the interior, the greening of the plant boundary and the plant side or the plant premises. So those were wonderful. I think those slides have had a kind of lasting impact on the audience also. I mean, you made a statement saying that we have to reduce greenhouse emissions to net zero. Do you think it's a realistic possibility to net zero? Because I think that was a line in one of your slides.
Yes, I think it is more of an imperative. We have no choice now, because we need to get to net zero. We small reduction targets. You can go to net zero in a manner that is sustainable, that is practicable and doable. That's a different argument altogether. But there is no way but going to net zero.
I would invite the views.
Yes,
okay.
it is possible, and we need to do it. If we
need
do
to
it by
go
2070, it's a great challenge. If not that also, if not 20, maybe 2071 or 70.
Yeah, because all your other points are very practical, like your option to decarbonize, and since we are majorly driven by fossil and the Panchvati promise of the Prime Minister, this one seemed a little too I think ambitious a target. I would request Srinivasan Sahab and Malhotra Sahab to kindly give their views on net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Are we in a position to actually okay, as a target, as an objective, it seems quite holy.
Am I to answer?
Yeah, please, sir. One of you can start.
Yeah.
You can start with
Okay. I feel that we should not have any fixed target like this. In fact, a target of phasing out coal was universally fixed, whereas the situation is very different at each stage of the development for each country. So we must keep moving rather than having a net zero target of an year. But rather we should have fixed plans for say 5 years I have a feeling that any planning for more than 10 years, in fact, there is a joke on United Kingdom on planning and 10 years. Because of lack of time, I can't tell that joke. We must plan in 5 or 10 years and have a quantum degrees and move towards net zero rather than fixing, say, I feel even 2070 carbon phase out may be difficult because the industrial countries have done everything and damaged the whole environment. And now when we want to develop, we are having problems. India is a leader in and a model to follow in climate control. But at the same time, I think we must take care of our people.
Great, sir. Thank you. Malhotra, sir, as a vision statement, does it? Yeah.
See, this net zero actually, it means, see fixing, I mean, I would slightly differ with Srinivasan, sir. We do have to fix a target, you know, a bar has to be fixed, that like a high jump athlete, we have to fix the bar somewhere, that we have to clear this bar. So I think it is important to fix a target. And actually net zero doesn't really mean that there will be no carbon emission. It is like this, that the
Yeah, I think we're losing your audio, sir. We lost your audio. Meanwhile, we can come to Indu ma'am as an academician and one who has worked in the environmental sector. What's your take on this?
Presentation, no carbon. It is written low carbon. Okay? So we have to move towards low carbon electricity generation or energy generation technologies. And then whatever carbon dioxide is getting emitted, then we have to develop the technologies for carbon capture and reusage. So that sector is coming up very importantly. And I think in next 3, 4, 5 decades, we will see that this sector, that is reusing carbon dioxide, putting carbon dioxide back into use. Naturally, we can't do in large volumes that we are emitting. But once we move towards low carbon emissions, that much carbon dioxide, if we are able to capture and we reduce, so it is, see, net zero, how will you achieve? That means the carbon you are capturing equals the carbon you are producing, you are emitting. That is the net zero situation.
Great, sir, great. Thank you for throwing light on this. I think, ma'am, a quick take from you?
Yeah, I was going to say that. So it's not possible to achieve 100% zero carbon emission. We are going to have emissions, but net zero is offsetting these emissions through equivalent projects, equivalent sequestration, like what Dr. Malhotra just said.
Great. I mean, the wonderful insights, you know, because I think we need to, I mean, all the viewpoints are very well taken, because one is that as a philosophical statement that I want to achieve 100% in my board exams. It's excellent. I mean, as an objective, as a target, one has to keep something, you know, but then this is the way practically. And I think Richard ji, Bright sir, can you please, I mean, a quick take from your side? Because since you have been harping on you have been actually a stock market, you know, for the BS or the Bombay Stock Exchange for carbon trading. And so this is what I gather from your presentation. So
yes, while you can say that it's partially doing the incentivization of those efforts, but on the contrary, coming on the 1.5 degree program, there's a program run by 1.5 degree, and then there is a lot of implication if we go beyond that. So for example, if we hit 1.5 degree, there's an increase, 70 to 90% of coral fossil will actually diminish. Similarly, the earth or the water level will probably rise beyond 50 centimeters. So imagine a lot of islands going under the sea. So that's why that's the target. What has been said, emissions will always be there. Everyone is trying to their best to either reduce or use renewable energy and make their systems efficient. Now coming to carbon registry, it's a model where if you look at global registries, you will find only a very big player or big corporates who can afford to pay a fees of $5,000 just for registering a project is registering their initiative. Whereas in India, if you look at the context, we cannot really afford that. And if you look at the end farmer, they would probably have 5-6 trees. There's no provision to, appreciate their effort. So what we're trying to do is help farmers not only from monetizing or taking credits on their effort. We are also trying to help them have trees planted which has more carbon sequestration in them, and register a project collectively as a whole panchayat or a whole village, so that effort can be extended. Plus on a volume scale, in India, of course, 1.5 billion, it's a whole big volume, and that's also one of our strengths. So imagine the small droplets of effort coming in from every place, helping us meet the international commitment that for Paris Agreement, which is net zero. So the effort has to be collective.
Okay, got it, sir. Got it. I am sorry, I will have to rush a little because otherwise once again the technology would automatically disconnect us from the Zoom call, and then we'll all be left high and dry for the evening. Kataria sir, sitting silently in USA, Kataria sir is one of the stalwarts of DAE. For those who have not known him, he is one of the first engineers to be posted, in Rajasthan, and now he runs a mega empire of international ICS Limited with offices in more than 15 countries. And recently he was lucky to have visited NUB for another purpose. And sir, what changes have you found in the direction of the Department of Atomic Energy in terms of its environmental? You have been observing, you have been auditing, I think, NPCIL for quite some time now. So what is your take? You also are an expert in the oil and gas sector. All the experts here are actually, recommending phasing out oil and gas, which indirectly means phasing out your bread and butter, So what's your comment on that? Are you in favor of phasing out fossil?
No, thank you very much, Sharma Saab. It was really nice to listen such eminent speakers who have spoken very vast on horizontal as well as vertical on the subject. And I was also baffled where to put a balance. I would advise, I have seen nuclear power plant coming up in 1960s and 70s with very enthusiasm. But that enthusiasm died in 80 onward. And recently again, 2020, it was again pushed up to have the nuclear power. As I learned from Srinivasan Saab, the nuclear power also spends less fuel and produces more fuel. So carbon footprint is going to help a lot. And I have seen the earlier technology, which was the CANDU type technology of Canadian. And we have been, and from there we have technology advanced a lot with respect to safety, with respect to radiation, and with respect to other environment means a program which they have taken, and consumption of water for cooling and all front. I think they have gone readily all the direction to save lot of environment. And my experience goes, we have to have balance. Like this, I have been witnessing in India the wind power coming up somewhere in early 80s. But then there was enthusiasm was there in the beginning, but then it died. I have not seen many plants which came up from Rajasthan, Gujarat and South. It didn't pick up. Those non-conventionally has to pick up. Like the same thing, solar. Now, 1 decade we have been talking, but how much we have gone advanced. So what I feel that this new technology we have to adopt. Geotechnology, geoenergy is there. From the earth we can take. And then we have bioenergy, maybe small plants like agro. If we can put those bioenergy, we save manifold those environment problem. How to dispose of lot of which is coming from the agro. So I feel on 3-4 fold we had to take action. First thing, we had to have non-conventional energy in a big way, so that we can reduce depending upon the fossil energy. And I feel that as the nuclear energy is more safe, consumption is low for this carbon footprint. So we should also go ahead with the large plants which are energy efficient plants.
Okay, sir,
And,
but sir, I'll interrupt here because once again, I think I have a heavy responsibility of budgeting time also. So you are in favor of phasing out fossils?
Yes, definitely we had to, because that will reduce quite a lot of your.
Great. I wanted to hear this from you basically, because fossil has been your, career, your bread and butter and everything. And when you say that, it means something for everybody. Now, Indu ma'am, I think has supported what you said in her presentation. I think she she made it very clear that the technology, which is responsible for destroying the planet, might also one day become its savior. Like the example, ma'am, you gave of the river, how the riverfront looks much better and much cleaner now. And I think that's one area where we lack a lot. And secondly, this concept of reuse, recycle, etc., which you had advocated. Now coming back to the, I'll come back to Mr. Richard. There's a very important question for you. I think one of our colleagues, Mr. Nema, was trying to understand how does a company like, for example, like ICS or a company like NPC, because or an IIT to which ma'am owes her allegiance. How do these organizations apply for carbon credits? Like tomorrow, let's say Mr. Shekhar wants carbon credits for his organization. What does he do? And I think NPC, I think, would definitely be one of the best earners of carbon credits that way, if provided we start thinking in that direction. Maybe even the IITs, because of the green campuses. And so what do these organizations do to earn those credits and put it on in their annual reports?
Right. So with my limited knowledge, let me answer that. So there are two ways of doing, getting the carbon credits. One, if you want to really offset them, as in as an organization, I have an emission, I identify what have been my emissions, and I want to reduce or mitigate them. So that means if I am doing 100 metric ton of emission per annum, example, then I would start by reducing them. There could be several, either there could be a small initiative.
Yeah, sir, I'll interrupt you, sorry. Assuming we are doing all that, there are a lot of things going on everywhere. There are a lot of things going on in all campuses, even in the institutions. How do we apply for, I think projecting a good brand image of the organizations? How do we apply for it?
So for each initiative, we'll have to get a project developer in place, have talked to such organizations, and get whatever effort they are doing into a document to qualify for a project.
Can they get in touch with you, sir, to help them out in this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would request ICS to kindly share your email of ma'am also, in case. So Mr. Nema has raised his hand. I think Nema sir has a question for one of the panelists. Nema sir, you're welcome to ask your question, sir. Hello. Okay, I think his hand was raised. Anyway, I'll read out another question now on the chat box, and let's see which of the panelists would be willing to answer that. I think it's more. There are 3 comments and 1 question and 3 comments. So Anand Pal,
I can answer. How much time do we have? Do we have 3-4 minutes?
Sir, we have about 5 more minutes for the discussion. So there
On
is
the
a
chat
question.
box, on the chat box there are some questions. I thought I will quickly go through it.
Yeah.
One is on SMR development, small modular reactors. There are more than 80 designs in the world which are coming up. In fact, the small modular reactors will be leading the renaissance. This is very important. But as far as India is concerned, there are two reasons for adopting SMRs. One is that small capacity which will fit into the grid. Other one is modular construction which can be fast. India doesn't need SMRs right now as far as domestic situation is concerned. But for export, yes, we need it. There is also a question on hydrogen for nuclear. There is a national hydrogen mission. I think Indian Oil or somebody, I forgot now. Swapnesh may remember. They are trying to have a big project through electrolysis. As of now, it is green hydrogen production through renewables. But elsewhere in the world, there is a lot of research being done for using nuclear power plants for hydrogen production. And I am sure this will be the future. There is also a question on thorium usage. If intellectual property right is not claimed by Swapnesh, I want to tell a small thing in about 2 minutes about thorium. Thorium is not a fissile material, it's a fertile material. It takes some time. Even DAE themselves have told it will be 2 decades. In fact, a palmist was approached by somebody and he showed his palm. He said, no, you will not achieve much. Then later he said, you see, for my son, he said, your son will achieve quite a bit, but not too much. But your grandson is going to achieve, you will get Bharat Ratna, everything, all sorts of things. And he said, okay, let me do. Then, yeah, are you married? He said, no, not yet married. So it will take time, and so thorium production is exactly like that. So this is the way I think he did a very good job in explaining politicians who were getting impatient with our. But there is a lot of work done on the thorium technology. We have the only thorium to uranium-233 reactor in the world in the form of Kamini in Madras. IG car, which is in Madras, is totally dedicated for thorium technology. They're doing a lot of work in parallel. And I have, in fact, writing a book in which I brought out all the work that is being done. So it takes time, and the priority is not only thorium reactor, it is also fast breeder reactor, it is also advanced heavy water reactor, and there is a big competition for the use of plutonium. So it will take time. There is another question, what are the issues in India on nuclear power development? I am very happy to announce, here, that there is a tremendous fillip being given. There are 10 reactors on fleet mode. You already know that the Russian reactors are almost on fleet mode. The plan is to have triple capacity from the present 6,000 and odd to some 21,000 by 2031. But issues, yes. Earlier, we were trying to have some collaboration with other things like Indian Oil, NALCO and everything for joint funding, but that didn't work out. Privatization didn't work out. So one of the main issues will be funding. And of course, resource planning, manpower planning also will be there. Manufacturing capacity, we should be able to manufacture 3 reactors per year. Plus, of course, we are already taking part in manufacturing for the Bangladesh plant, VVER plant, Russian plant. So manufacturing capacity and supply chain could also be a problem. But I feel that the pace that is going to come will be much more than the pace which we have seen for the last 4 decades.
Great, sir. Great. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think, sir, it's 6 o'clock already,
okay.
and before somebody disconnects
Okay.
from the Zoom side, not from the ICS side. I would now, Malhotra sir, one question, sparked by your statement, which you made something, you said something like, we need to augment our energy consumption. Are you serious about it, sir? Already, India has lost. India is one of the worst, I think, performers in terms of forest cover. I got a message which I shared with a lot of my friends. India has one of the least forest covers today in the world, 22%, while some countries had as high as 70%. And yet, when an authority like you says, it makes, I think, you must be having a solid reason for saying it. We must increase our electricity consumption.
Yeah. So Deshji, I think if you recollect, in one of the slides I had mentioned that we have this twin challenge. See, some other countries, I am not talking of the countries who are less developed than India. I am talking about the countries who are much more developed than India, who have already achieved 0.9 Human Development Index. So those countries, they have done it in two steps. First, they indiscriminately, they produced energy without bothering about carbon emissions. Okay, that is the result that today US, for example, US has about 15.5 tons emission of carbon per person. Okay, now India has 1.9. Okay, so now India has to reach that level of development. Either we retire to the early man's life and say no electricity is required. But if we want to develop our society, our nation, we want to move to bullet train, we want to have fast communication, we want to digitize India, all this will need energy. So that means India's twin challenge is that we have to increase our energy consumption, and at the same time, we have to do it in a way that carbon emission does not increase, deforestation doesn't occur. So that is why the renewable resources, hydrogen production and nuclear power become important. And if you give me 30 seconds, I think that question of correlation between or connection between nuclear and hydrogen, I will quickly like to comment on that. So see, presently, we should not end up, nowadays it has become fashionable to buy electric vehicle, and we are talking of production of hydrogen also. So now it should not happen that electric vehicle we are charging with electricity which has been generated by burning fossil fuel. Then you are back to square one. Similarly, you are talking of producing hydrogen, but hydrogen should not be produced by electrolysis of water using electricity which has been generated by burning fossil fuel. So that is where the connection with nuclear comes, that you produce nuclear electricity or nuclear heat. In future, using nuclear heat, we will be directly able to dissociate water into hydrogen and oxygen. Presently, so as far as that technology is not developed, we will use nuclear electricity to electrolyze water.
Okay, sir. Got it. I think I think a light question to Indu ma'am. Ma'am, all these august speakers, they have made some wonderful suggestions. Would you be, when you said catch them young, sensitize them in their young age, would you be willing to invite them to your campus, to talk about their initiatives and their mantras towards decarbonization? Like we say, catch them young. And the same question I posed to Kataria sir. Kataria sir, would you be willing to visit Madam's campus and arrange a kind of, sensitization seminar there in case she gives you the ropeway to do so? I think when we say, catch them young, sensitize them young, we have to be open to some wonderful ideas also. So, ma'am, what's your take on this?
Yeah, definitely. We are actually planning events around that. So in our annual technical event called Shastra, we do bring school students to be a part of the Shastra event and organize competitions for them to sensitize them in sustainability, environment area. It's like an open house. They can come.
Great, ma'am. I wanted to hear that from, because all these speakers, I know them very intimately, personally. They are very good friends, mentors, and guides. And I think we have been in touch with each other. Mr. Richard, I came
one more thing I wanted to add. We also organize, like I'm in charge of organizing a competition called Carbon Zero Challenge. So we have done 2 rounds of Carbon Zero Challenge. We have funded, this is for college students who are interested in sustainability initiatives. So we have funded about 50 teams so far to build prototypes and show that their technology reduces carbon, reduces water footprint. And we are going to launch another program soon.
Great, ma'am. And just to put things straight, all these organizations that you are watching today, these speakers, they have a kind of outreach program with campuses. So you're most welcome to get in touch with them. And okay, now I think it's time to recap. Kataria sir, with your permission, I recap. A quick recap of what has transpired during the day. And we started with Dr. Indumati. And after a long time, we got to hear a professor in IIT because of the COVID scare. Moving out had become a real big. It was a no. So, ma'am, I think the best statement that we liked from you was that we will die not by a lack of resources. Our end is likely to come by an overdose of resources. I mean, consumption of resources. And that was the biggest message you gave to us today, with all your examples of antimicrobial resistance of bacteria. Mr. Richard, I think there is a lot more to know from you. As I said, you are the, BSc chairman, the chairman of the, Carbon Stock Exchange. And I think many of us will soon get in touch with you. Shekharji, as usual, he is a storehouse of information. Storehouse, ask him anything under the sun on energy, and because most of the audience here wouldn't know, and that was missing in his introduction. He is accountable to handling parliamentarians. Now tell me one thing, who is tougher than a parliamentarian today? Tell me one thing. So he's used to that, and very well used to that. So thank you so much, Shekharji, for a wonderful and pictorial presentation showing a lot of biodiversity around the nuclear installations. And ma'am, if you happen to visit one of the nuclear installations, say Kalpakkam is the one nearest to you. Have you been there by any chance? Kalpakkam, the Madras Atomic? No, you must go there. You must go there. I mean, when what Mr. Shekhar said, he didn't. I mean, he just understated it actually. I mean, he understated it, honestly. Look at, the background that I'm showing you is the Kaiga plant, and nobody believes it's a nuclear power plant, and it's producing more than 500 megawatt as of now, these two reactors. So this is the state of affairs, and I imagine a situation when India would, rely less and less on fossils. I think we'll have this greenery once again back in the country. So thank you, Shekharji, for that enlightenment and your sustainable, I think the stewardship program is one of the best things that NPC has been doing, not only to enhance the environment in which they are, not only to compensate, but to enhance the environment. That's something which I think everybody should emulate. Srinivasan sir, you didn't mention about your book to the audience, when you gave your presentation. And I would say that this book is again an encyclopedia of the nuclear sector. I was fortunate to have seen the draft of the book, and it's something which is a must read for all the engineering students of this country. And I hope you won't mind sharing a copy with Indu ma'am, for the IIT campus once it is published. It's a wonderful book on the handbook on nuclear. And I think your statement was very scathing when you said why it is only in the last 10 years that we have thought of renewables. In fact, why only in the last few years that our cities are looking cleaner, there is a reason. Somebody thought about it, irrespective of which party, which person. Somebody thought about it. Somebody, brought it to, gave it priority. Otherwise, things were just, India was languishing. India is still languishing, but there are vision statements floating around, at least vision statements, like zero emission. It's a wonderful vision statement. And as all of you rightly concluded, there is no harm in having a vision statement of this kind. When a pharmaceutical company can have a vision statement, I want to eliminate diabetes from the face of the earth. I mean, it's a wonderful vision. Not that they'll eliminate it, but then, having this statement would make them work harder and harder and harder to achieve it. So that's the philosophy. So please, I mean, the question was posed to Mr. Shekhar with a reason, to generate a kind of discussion, not for the sake of a mathematical answer. So please, and okay, now Dr. Malhotra Sahab, you have been the spine of the public awareness in the entire DAE, which has more than 30 institutions and organizations, and still you rock wherever you go. We get to know stories of how you made people rock. And thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful insight. Coming from all your exposure and experience in India and abroad. And so I think this S0 to S3 was a wonderful insight from you. And we appreciate Srinivasan Saab's honesty when he said, nuclear energy was born with a bomb. It was born with a bomb, sir, yes. But then he also made it amply clear that yes, like any other statement, this statement that okay, nuclear and renewable is one of the options of going carbon free, or two options of going carbon free, and two. Ji, sir.
Sudesh, if you allow me 10 seconds. See, I agree with Srinivasan sir that nuclear was born with a bomb. So were most of the technologies were born with the bomb or were born as weapons. See, we talk of Stone Age people. What were the first purpose for which stone was used? Stone was first used for killing each other because uske pehle dvand yuddh hota tha. In Dvanda Yuddha, for hours they will fight, and then ultimately they will kill one of the two. Out of the two people, one will get killed. It will take hours. But then somebody discovered that pick up a stone and hit it on the head. Instantly the person will die. So stone had become weapon of mass destruction. So actually, and today stone is used for, I don't have to tell the civilization that what for it is used.
But point well taken, sir, because a philosopher and writer made it very clear in one of his writings, which I happened to read long back, that the first spoken word was a gali, then came the refined language and everything else.
Oh, yes.
Our ancestors must have used the first word used, must have been a gali to somebody who was stealing his girlfriend or something, must have been something like that. So Shekhar Ji is smiling, after a long time, I think he has had this kind of a very light discussion, with all the burden on his shoulders right now. So anyway, so this is the, I think, now I hand it over back to Kataria sir. Sorry that, due to paucity of time, we couldn't really get to, otherwise we wanted much more from you, but maybe sometime later. And we wanted much more, out of your international exposure to auditing environmental compliances in organizations. But I think now the organizers, Arya has put that recap thing, and she wants us to close down after 3 seconds. Back to Arya now. Back to Arya, and thank you, panelists. Thank you all.
We'll have another 2 days.
Yeah.
2 days for the conference, so we'll be able to share more with the speakers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Arya, please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our esteemed panel members who have addressed to the queries of our guests, delegates, and students. It would be our privilege to have you all eminent speakers guiding us and mentoring us always. Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through the entire session and also the fruitful and informative discussion. Now comes the most awaited part of the session, the quiz time. We would first present to you through the demo quiz, wherein you will get accustomed to how to go about it. Here, we see 4 questions displayed on the screen, each with 4 options of answers.
Have the panelists also to participate, Arya?
Everybody can participate, sir.
Okay, or they can be comfortable now, the panelists?
Yes, definitely.
You want them to sit around, or they can be comfortable the way they want?
They can be comfortable, sir.
Okay.
Here we see 4 questions displayed on the screen, each with 4 options of answers. We need to answer all 4 questions together in the chat box. The format of answering is displayed below on the screen. As you can see, the first two formats are wrong and the format 3, 4, 5 are correct. Please answer the question as displayed in the format 3, 4, and 5. The first 3 correct answers will be awarded 500 each. So here we go. The time shall start the moment the questions are displayed on and the first correct answer shall be awarded. Can we have the questions, please? I shall read out the questions. Question 1. Validity of pollution under control PUC certificate. Option A, 1 month. Option B, 3 months. Option C, 6 months. Option D, 12 months. Question 2. 5th June is observed as option A, World Forest Day. Option B, World Wildlife Day. Option C, World Pollution Day. Option D, World Environment Day. Question 3. Green dustbin is used for option A, dry waste. Option B, wet waste. Option C, hazardous waste. Option D, biometric waste. Question 4. Most polluted city in India 2021-22. Option A, Bhiwadi, Rajasthan. Option B, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Option C, Delhi. Option D, Jaunpur, Uttar Pradesh. So the audience, the timer is on. Please put your answers in the chat box in the correct format. All 4 answered together. The result shall be displayed once the stop appears in the chat box by the administrator. I guess the timer is stopped now. The correct answer will be displayed on the screen, and we would request the one who has answered correctly to kindly help us with your name and number to help you send across the award. The winner of the quiz will be announced in tomorrow's session. So the correct answers goes like question 1 is option C. Question 2, option D. Question 3, option B. Question 4, option A. We will now go ahead with the best poem. The best poem sees 3 winners with an award of 500 rupees each. The winners of the poetry competition are: first prize goes to Miss Anchal Chabria. Second prize goes to Miss Rajashri Patil. Third prize goes to Miss Saksham Kataria. Congratulations to all the winners. John F. Kennedy rightly quoted, "We must find time to stop and thank the people who make difference in our lives." I would now like to call upon Sri Dilip Negi, General Manager Planning and Strategy, ICS, for vote of thanks. Dilip ji's qualification include BA Economics and Diploma in Computer Application and Management. Dilip ji's areas of expertise are in textile industry for over a decade and 23 years of experience in accounts and finance, administration, HR, strategy and planning. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Arya ji. Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Few days back, United Nations World Meteorology Organization published a report titled State of Global Climate in 2021. As per report, greenhouse gas concentrations, sea level rise, ocean heat, and ocean acidification all set new records in 2021. Greenhouse gas concentration of carbon dioxide reached 413.2 part per million globally, or you can say 149% of the pre-industrial level. Sea level is rising on average of 4.5 millimeter per year throughout from 2013 to 2021, mostly due to accelerated loss of iceberg. Third, the past 7 years were the top 7 hottest year on record. First of all, let us admit sincerely that we all are responsible for it. Friends, Paryavartan is our small initiative to sensitize everyone on this planet towards his surrounding, his environment, and accepting the fact that there is only one Earth to live. On behalf of ICS and JKF Foundation, I thank you all for joining Paryavartan Day 1, sparing your valuable time out of your busy schedule. We sincerely thank our chief guest, Professor Dr. Indumati Nambi, for your enlightening inaugural speech, thought of Earth Overshoot Day, a water footprint, especially the thought which you gave that my shirt consumes 8,200 liters of water. It is an eye-opener. Mindfulness is the key of sustainable world, linear to circular. Yes, ma'am, well taken. We sincerely thank you for accepting our request at the last moment. We look forward your patronage to our philanthropic initiative, Paryavartan. We thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Richard Bright, for enlightening us on carbon registry. Like blockchain technology, carbon credit management is going to be the game changer in coming days. We also thank 3 nuclear experts, Mr. Shekhar, Mr. Srinivasan, and Dr. Malhotra. Nuclear sector is a very specialized sector, and common man like me hardly knows about it. Frankly speaking, I don't know the source of power supply I'm using right now, whether it is coming from the conventional or non-conventional source. But I'm sure if nuclear warheads are used in ongoing Ukraine-Russia war, it is going to be big catastrophe. Mr. Sekhar, thanks for covering all aspects, environmental issues, and highlighting the need of our to decarbonization of energy sector to achieve net zero. You rightly said it's time to reach out. Mr. Srinivasan, let's hope nuclear becomes solution to 20th century problems by 22nd century, which we are fixing in the 21st century. Sustainable development, key goals is the key takeaway. On behalf of ICS, let me assure you, sir, it is your forum. You are always most welcome. Dr. Malhotra, thanks for sharing strategies and technology options available with India for adapting high infrastructure growth model with zero emission by 2070. Thank you, Professor Sharma, for moderating panel discussion and always being around us to help us. A big thank to Arya ji for anchoring today's session with the full of energy and beautiful quotes. We also thank our environment lovers, our delegates. We appreciate your active participation during the session through chat box. Your support gives us energy to organize such events. Hope you have enjoyed today's session and will continue tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Last but most important, big thank to all our young children for your participation in today's poem competition, and hope you will be there in large number for the poster and slogan competition in coming days. Thank you once again to everyone for making this event successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words of acknowledgement and appreciation. Here we have the agenda for day 2 displayed in front of your screen. Day 2 would start with Paris Agreement, Perspective and Relevance for Industry by Mr. Vinay Deodar, Plastic Talk by Mr. Anup Nautiyal, Coastal Oil Spill Management by Mr. Shashi Vardhan Pandey, Environmental Impact Assessment by Dr. Sakshi Jain, Water Resource Optimization by Mr. Vijay Page. And let me remind you all, tomorrow is a poster competition. So please explore your creative front and upload it in your login. Marshall McLuhan once quoted, "There are no passengers on the spaceship Earth. We are all the crew." This surely reminds us of our social and ecological commitment towards Mother Earth. With this, we have now reached the end of day 1. We are hopeful and sure that this session has been informative, enlightening, knowledgeable, and given us all valuable insights. A big thank you to all present here this evening and giving us your valuable time. We will be right here tomorrow at 3 p.m. sharp with a new day and new insights. Goodbye for today. Stay safe. Good night.
Listen to the animals, listen to the trees, listen to the spirits of the earth, begging us please, stop listening to greed. Listen to the rivers, listen to the sea, listen to the spirits of the deep, begging us please, stop listening to greed. She sent the drought to warn us, she sent the storms to scold us, but we don't listen. We burn and we break and we take and we take and we take till it's too late. Oh, where did the beasts go? Where did the trees go? Where will man go when he has lost the heart beat beneath his feet? Oh, this is our home. She gives us home, Mother Earth. Can you feel her heart beat beneath your feet? Heart beat beneath your feet. Heart beat beneath your feet. Listen to the animals, listen to the trees, listen to the spirits of the earth, begging us please, stop listening to greed. Listen to the rivers, listen to the sea, listen to the spirits of the deep, begging us please, stop listening to greed. Listen to the animals, listen to the trees, listen to the spirits of the earth, begging us please, stop listening to greed. Listen to the rivers, listen to the sea, listen to the spirits of the deep, begging us please, stop listening to greed.